One is a Christian rock singer, and the other is a from a town over, killed by I remember at the time, people seeing it down, getting a load of messages. The outcome of this, are you dead? Yes. Like, yeah, I'm out of office. Permanently.
Comments?
Would you like a big would it not be worse though if they were like famous basketball or something? And then you'd be like, no, I'm not that one. There's a great question. There's a guy called Michael Jordan, and he's like documenting like checking into a hotel. I had to check into Michael Jordan. Great.
More than enough. It's more than enough.
It's a guy that owns a restaurant in London. That's like the opposite of me. Like Jack and no hair at all. Or England somewhere.
Nothing about AI.
So the business model is salary support contracts. So yeah, so I try to sell
No serial killer.
sometimes people sell one time deal to help them get out or something like that.
You have renewal.
Yeah. Well, they just automatically. I mean, I don't even know where you they can stop. If they come back, they would charge you.
This is my project, my big fund address.
Something like it.
And I have, of course, this was 3 different flights, like I said, 3 times, and they just
stop at any time. Right. You know, and I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna say that. Doesn't work.
It's a one-on-one.
And it's like,
It's
you
in
know
the
what?
title.
I have it with me, and I will, and it feels really good contributing.
Yeah,
I
I
feel like, yes.
Because I like, from time to time I see these kids coming in and out, because we're always.
And you notice in summer what was happening? One was sitting and he's like taking off his shirt. It's so hot.
Yeah.
What's going on here? Yes.
Where actually from this call we could tell that something that
Like a really cozy place. You can like inside somebody's house. Yeah.
Adapters, doing
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
Well, this one is not the real reason. It's not like what you would get in
You going?
I think I will stay just one more, but
Okay.
I will need to leave. So thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. Not all the domain for me, but this morning it was quite interesting. Yesterday a bit also.
That's good. That's
Yeah.
good.
So what I understood is you're organizing this kind of event every year?
Yeah.
And every year it's a different place?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So last year we
We were in Portugal, so north of Lisbon, not of Portugal. And then, of course, nothing through the pandemic.
Yeah.
Then London, then Lisbon for several years.
Barcelona also?
No,
No,
Barcelona. No, not Barcelona. We have done a TAD hack. So that's a hackathon.
Okay. Barcelona, okay.
And we did in Madrid the first TAD hack.
Okay.
Was there. So with the TAD hacks, I mean, locations running all around the world.
Yeah.
So yeah, we've been Russia, you know, I mean, Uganda, you know, Nigeria, South Africa, so all around the place.
Oh, that's nice. And the topic is always the same? Around communication or your...
Programmable comms, yes.
Sorry?
But yeah, always around programmable
Oh,
communication.
programming, okay.
But the emphasis will be different.
Okay.
You know, each year, depending. I mean, we had a lot more AI this year because.
Ah, yes, it was AI. Every presentation, AI.
Because
But
it works.
yeah, it's
You know, works.
yeah.
So how do we use
It was. It's a concern of everyone.
Yeah.
So
And
I'm surprised, huh?
And Carell was presenting last year. Carell, the Voxist told French
Yeah,
guy.
yeah.
And he was saying, guys, the transformer model works. This is real now. And
Yeah,
within
yeah,
months
yeah.
of him saying that, you know, ChatGPT launched.
Yeah. And if you are not here, in any case, it will come and it will.
He responded
Yes.
late.
It will be there.
Exactly.
It will be used.
I was gonna
Exactly.
go there
So
alone.
you need to understand how to use it.
Yeah.
I'm just going to copy them.
Okay, it is now 1 p.m. So we're starting now. So please end your conversations. Stewards, it is time to come sit down. It's okay to eat at your seats. Enrique, the old Telestax team, you can always find them just hanging around. Excellent. So I would like to introduce Aaron, who has presented and chaired and paid for part of all our food and drinks last night. So again, thank you for that. That was great. And he's going to be talking about maintenance support of communication applications. So Aaron, over to you.
Great. I have about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay, nice to see you all again. Enjoyed seeing everyone last night. They do say there is no free lunch or no free drinks, so the punishment for the drinks last night is you have to listen to me talk today. So you're welcome. I'm Aaron Syme. I'm CEO and founder at WebRTC Ventures. We're a custom design and development firm specializing in building live video applications. So we since 2015 have been building video applications, as I mentioned yesterday, increasingly building conversational AI into that as well. Another change that we've made this year is starting to offer more maintenance and support contracts to our clients, which traditionally the way we worked is, many custom development shops, you contract with us to build your application, and then we would typically turn that over to you. Perhaps your own internal team then manages it from there, or for a lot of especially startup type clients that we worked with, we were kind of helping them build the prototypes to get funding, which they would then hire teams to then take care of the production version with, or to even build the final version of it with. So we often got to hand off code for a long time, which is kind of convenient, but now increasingly are taking on the production management and support of that, even in a 24/7 model. So that's kind of what I'll talk a little bit about today, is what we've learned so far doing that, a couple things specific to communication applications around that, and definitely welcome any comments or questions around that, or because some of you all no doubt have experience in that and perhaps more, and so certainly welcome ideas for other things that we could be doing too. So we'll talk about the impact of knowing that you're going to do the maintenance around it on the life cycle, some things to do prior to deployment, in the deployment process, a little bit about support teams, and then handling that ongoing after that. And I'll use, I won't quite name the client, but I'll use an EdTech client of ours as an example, sort of through the conversation, so just a little bit of background on them. This is an EdTech client that provides tutoring to students in the US, and they had, as with many of our clients, they had, in the pandemic, realized that they needed to support remote tutoring. They used an off-the-shelf tool that we all know initially, and as often happens, at least with our types of clients, they discovered that trying to fit their unique model into an off-the-shelf tool that was really designed for corporate meetings originally meant that they were compromising the way that they did instruction, and so they wanted something more custom, and that's often kind of the story that we hear from people we work with. So some of the features that we built into that, certainly video chat between instructors and students, and these are some of my coworkers, neither instructors nor students, in a test version of it. But some things that were not easily built into off-the-shelf tools, or ability for instructors to move between different rooms easily, integrating in this case we used a third-party whiteboard tool, and other more common features too, like text chat, screen sharing, and of course, especially in an education space, we have to logins. Security and privacy should be important everywhere, but particularly important when children may be involved. So this is just a couple screenshots from that application. And it's been a really interesting one to support. They do work at a pretty high volume, lots of locations across the US, and with demographics that not always has a ton of experience with an application, plus we're talking about a custom application. So lots of factors to consider there in managing and supporting that. So prior to deployment, if we want to make the management process as easy as possible, then we need to consider a number of factors and design for them in advance. And And I like this quote. This is from Scaling Tech Podcast, which, quick plug, is a podcast that I do that's outside of WebRTC space, just about managing engineering teams in general. And I was talking with author Kelly Shortridge, who's the author of Security Chaos Engineering. I like this quote from her in talking about managing complexity of it's when things go wrong, if you're blaming the human, that's kind of a classic mistake that we make, is we shouldn't, if instead of blaming the humans, although that's the easiest thing to do, it's an indication of something we didn't design for, something wrong in our system, in our process, that is that can be solved so that we're not blaming the humans anymore after that, right? So if we design properly in advance for that, then hopefully we won't have to blame the humans so much. So we want to design for security from the start. Certainly for management, we want to make sure that we're designing in for observability, building in logging and monitoring and alerts into both the application and the DevOps around it. Thinking about how we're going to test this, and I'll talk a little bit about some load testing that we did as part of this, and resilience to making sure that it's scalable, that we have good error handling, so that when inevitable errors occur, because they will occur, of course, that we respond to them gracefully. And then at a process level, we also want to make sure that we're designing for change. Oops. Yeah, okay, sorry. I just skipped ahead there. So just quick mention, most of the work that we do is on the AWS stack, so a lot of the tools that we're building around that, but making sure that we've got things configured in advance for alerts that get to our team through Slack and email, through having good logging and exception handling and capturing as much context around those errors as possible so that we can troubleshoot them when they occur, monitoring uptime, and then of course, hopefully the last way that we hear about something is through Zendesk, through a support ticket actually logged by the customer. Ideally, we've got enough logging monitoring built into this that we recognize the error is happening prior to being contacted by the customer, but of course we need to have a good process around receiving that error as well. Receiving that support request from them rather. And then designing well for resilience, in particular, making sure that we've got a cloud environment set up that will have high availability across multiple zones, in particular the zones where our client is in that particular case, that we have auto scaling built in, and that part of the reason that we do the load testing is just to make sure that we know what are the proper triggers to build in for that auto scaling. That we have a good continuous integration, continuous development environment set up for our team, so that's helping us to enforce good development practices and deployment practices around that. So on the testing side, just a couple examples from some of the load testing we did for this. We used Loadero as the load testing tool in this case. Most important thing first is define what is the success criteria from the perspective of your users. In our case, you have lots of students joining a virtual room and instructors, so making sure that these students were able to successfully join that room without any errors presented. What are the metrics that we're going to track towards that success goal? And we were mainly interested in round trip time. What are some different scripts and test cases that do a pretty good job of covering the most common paths in the application and paths that maybe we're most worried about in terms of scalability, having those scripted out. So we looked at things around logging in, joining a classroom, the ability of instructors to assign students to different classrooms and put them in there, that sort of thing. And then building in different phases, ramping that up, which I'll talk about too. So obviously these things do make a difference in having the application as usable as possible for the customers. I mean, one thing that is really important to note and why we cared about things like how long does it take and does it work at scale of just assigning students to a classroom is that one of the pain points that our client had with other applications in the past was that because they weren't configured to their workflow, they had to do a lot of manual configuration prior to every session, prior to every classroom. So instructors had to actually like set up the classroom for about 20 minutes prior to each individual session, and they couldn't save that or use that across different classroom sessions, that sort of thing. So making sure that, I mean, the biggest boost that we provided to them with a custom application, perhaps beyond the branding and the workflow within the application, was how much time it saved the instructors in the setup to it. So thinking about use cases not only when you're in the room, but things that you do as you are setting up, the scenario, right, for the students. So these were some of the types of tests and phases that we ran, and kind of scaling up the users and thinking about, in a communications application, right? I think a lot of times in load testing, you're sort of thinking about maybe one generic scenario. If I have a web page that's going to load and I want to know, can 100 people look at it or 100 million people look at it? Communication application is different, right? Because we have at least two sorts of modalities, not quite the right word to use, but two different ways we want to look at. Lots of people on the system, but then also because we're inherently dealing with groups of people, like in a group chat together, how many people can we have in a single group chat is a different type of load test than how many group chats can we have in parallel across the application, or how many people can we have, signing up for the application at the same time, right? Those are very distinct use cases. So we want to make sure that we're covering all those types of situations. So we had first, let's just have kind of a load testing smoke test a single classroom, figure out what's the practical limit of number of students that we can have in a single classroom. But then knowing that their normal classroom is not going to be that large, let's test across a wide number of classrooms going on at the same time in a more typical size, 10, 12 students in their case. And then figuring out what are the upper limits of that system too in final stress test.
No, I think that was a great presentation.
And of course, I'd like to think that the first time we commit code, it's already perfect, but show of hands of anyone who's ever done that. I didn't think so. So some of the things we discovered in doing that that were were really helpful in the management of this, and also helping us to figure out how to configure our auto scaling, was looking at realizing that, for example, again, this is something kind of unique to a communication application. When the way that you handle connections and subscriptions to a room is very important. If we have a chat room, a video call between two people, then how I handle the connections of those two people to the room maybe is not a big deal. I'm not going to notice an inefficiency in my code. But if I've got 50 people in the room and I'm now managing state between 50 different people, that's much bigger, right? And then especially if there's 1,000 rooms in parallel happening like that with 50 users, we start to notice problems. So one of the quick things that we noticed when we first started doing some of the load tests was that we weren't handling the subscriptions as well as we should have, and so the team did a Redis layer that implemented a more efficient search around that. We also noticed some just inefficiencies in the UI code that needed to be cleaned up, put in some better state management around that. And it helped us figure out what sort of like CPU utilization levels we needed to care about as far as auto scaling. And then we tried also to make sure that we were simulating scenarios that were maybe a little bit tighter than we expected in the field. So having just 2 gig of RAM being important consideration. Let's keep that kind of tight and see what we can do in that situations, because we'll certainly have a wide range of devices and users on different types of devices, as well as different types of internet connections. And as I said, the round trip time was kind of the thing that we were paying the most attention to, and found that was pretty acceptable, what we were seeing across the different phases of these tests. One of the really nice things about this client is that they work across the United States in a franchisee model, so they have lots of different users who are kind of like independent owner-operators of their facilities, and so they have a big annual conference where they bring them all together. And so this was a really great way for us to roll out what was a big process change to them, as well as a whole new mode of teaching. was everything was timed for this conference that they held a couple of months ago. So our team was able to attend that, and you can see this video on repeat here. One of their owner operators testing out the whiteboard capabilities. That was a third-party tool that we integrated into the rest of this, so that was interesting too, to think from a support perspective. We have to think about slightly different SLAs of how fast we can respond to things that we built in the application versus things that are really dependent on somebody else. We can only be but so responsible for this whiteboard application since we didn't build it. But it works pretty well, it's pretty cool, and you can see how you get to have a really nice experience in a remote situation. And so their users, this effectively was a pilot group for us. It was presented at this conference, people were able to use the initial versions of it, and we got a lot of great feedback on it from that. So launching to a pilot group, if you can do it in a setting like this, was wonderful, but remotely just as important as well. And generally speaking, most of us familiar with support teams in general, but for us, because we're building a custom application, one particularly important thing there is to think about the difference, because it's probably not the same people who built the application versus those who support it, so managing that transition is very important. And then also for us, a really important point is that we're not handling actually their customer support center. We're tier 2 and tier 3 support for them, but their tier 1 support, which the client is responsible for, has never really had experience with a WebRTC based video chat application before, other than this one off-the-shelf one that they couldn't really support anyways, right? So we had to make sure, the most important thing was making sure that we transferred some of our knowledge, our expertise to that tier 1 support team so that they could handle most of the issues. And then I like this idea of error budgets too, just to briefly mention that the idea here being you have a certain amount of uptime, and that translates to how many hours of downtime are you allowed this month. And so making sure that you communicate that well with customers when the inevitable problems happen. Hey, we're still, I know we had X number of minutes of downtime in your window there, that's still within the budget that we have based on the SLA. And therefore, because we've got some budget space, we're also going to do a little bit of chaos engineering testing in production, because we've got some budget to spare. Not that you have to hit that budget, you don't use it or lose it in that sort of budget, but at least knowing how much impact you're having and being able to communicate if you're within bounds of the contract. Making sure, obviously, that you've got different on-call roles covered, that's fairly obvious. Just key point for us here was, again, because it's a custom application, making sure that we have the right combination of developer and DevOps skills in every on-call window, and that that's covered over the full window. Even though these are not necessarily the people who built it, they have to have enough knowledge to handle at least tier 2 support requests. And then tier 3, we can sort of cover in our normal business hours with the original team when needed. In communication applications, we want to make sure that we're logging and considering metrics specifically around the call quality, things like packet loss and jitter, round trip time being really important. We could also try to log other things. For instance, if someone is logging into your application and you do a network speed test at the beginning, sometimes you see that on your, prior to joining the call, you see that option. Logging that in the system so you have, maybe some evidence of what quality of connection was that person on, which they then complained to you about, and now you know a little bit more. Is it our fault? Is it the user's fault? Were they in a bad coffee shop or whatever? And in terms of tracking that, there's commercial tooling you can look at, like Monitor RTC and Test RTC. A lot of times we're working with a CPaaS. In this case, we're using Vonage, and so we can use their specific tooling, their session inspector, to go look at details of specific calls. We could also build in our own more custom recording of statistics based on the WebRTC standard directly, or just anything else that we can track in the application. So again, designing for that up front so that we have that information. And as I mentioned, it's really important that we explain to the tier 1 team what sort of issues they are going to encounter. You can't turn on my camera. How do I unmute? That sort of stuff is obviously going to happen inevitably, so we have to prepare them for that. And that also, I think, gets to an interesting thing that I don't feel like we have solved, but I'll throw it out there if you feel like you have, feel free to explain it to me later, is how do you consider what is actual downtime, right? Because again, in a sort of a traditional web application, downtime is the page loaded or not, I created my account or not. But if I'm on a poor quality video call, is that downtime? Where do I draw that line? How do I measure that? How do I incorporate that into my error budget, into my SLA? Was this call degradation our fault, and it's therefore downtime of some form? Or is it, the user's in bad network conditions, but we should just be able to handle that better? Is that downtime? So anyway, it's not something we have the answer to yet, but I think is interesting to consider. And then finally, making sure that after the deployment, you're still factoring in these things over time. That's our COO, Mariana. She comes from a UX background, so she's always really passionate making sure that we're factoring this into our work with our clients too, around what's the feedback that we're getting from users. So we went to that conference, which was awesome, got a lot of feedback there. We can stay in touch with pilot groups, power users, but also making sure that even though we're not handling the tier 1 support, that we are keeping open communication with them, because that's going to be our most important way of measuring how upset users are. And even though we may think we did a really good job of placing the mute unmute button, if we're getting way too many tier 1 support requests logged about that would never get to our team if we don't ask them, what sort of requests that they're getting, if we don't keep that communication open, so that we can handle that with them. And then ideally, final unfortunate business thing you have to consider too is, features versus bugs and who pays for this. Because in an ideal world, we would just constantly improve everything that we can for free and everybody would be happy. In our case, we're a contractor to people, so we do have to consider how, at the end, how much time is built into the contract, how much support and how much sort of new development and bug fixes can we do within the course of that, and make sure that that's considered in here as well. So that's pretty much it. Old music reference there, but this is just a video from that conference too. A couple people from our team and one of the people from Vaughn is there too. They had a lot of fun. So again, find clients with cool conferences is maybe my final tip of advice, my final tip for you and who you work with. And that's it. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take them. But I think we're right at time.
Yep, so it was perfect. Thank you so much.
Any questions from the audience? Oh, just hang a sec. Let's get a good one.
What are the best tools you found to stress test the application?
So Loadera, we've had good experience with in our team. Oh, thank you. We have.
I know. It is on.
Is that working?
No.
Yeah, we can press. Yeah. Thank you. So the question is, what tools have we found for stress testing? I believe you said. So we've been using Loadera and had good success with that. Something more WebRTC specific, commercial tooling, TestRTC. We've also used that. It's a great tool. Their subscription model doesn't always work for the way that we engage with our clients, but if you have your own application in-house that you are constantly testing over time and you want to test this, that's a great option to look at as well.
Any other questions? If not, again, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great presentation. So yeah, Philippe, over to you.
I did mention it yesterday, but Philippe is one of the original cast members from 2013.
Yes. Hi everybody. And yes, thank you Alan for this yet another great TADSummit session.
Thank you.
So I'm Philippe, I work for Livestorm as a video streaming software engineer. Livestorm is doing video conferencing software, web-based, So we are heavy users of WebRTC. And today I wanted to present a tool that we've been developing for quite a few months and have been using on a day-to-day basis, I would say, to actually measure the quality and instantly measure the quality of the audio and video streams our users would put to the network. So we are users of WebRTC, heavy users of WebRTC, and I would like to take a few words to explain how we use WebRTC actually. How it is implemented in Livestorm? Well, we actually have nothing, almost nothing, at least nothing in the backend. We use the Vonage SDK, as Erin mentioned, we also use that. So we don't have any infrastructure by using that SDK, that's one advantage. How it works, it's like, you just integrate their JavaScript SDK within your application. You use it to publish and subscribe to audio and video streams, and then you send that to their infrastructure, which is actually composed of SFU servers. So everything for Livestorm stays in the front end. Now, we are dealing with video conferencing, and often we have quite of the same questions that keep coming, recurring questions like, can you hear me? Do you see my screen, or do you see me well? Obviously, well, usually when you have a video conferencing system, what you have is that you have your own image that is mirrored to you. So this is not the same image that others will see, other participants will see. And it's often at the best quality. It is at the best quality possible. So these are mainly the two differences. It will be mirrored, and also it will not be at the best quality for the remote participants. Why? Because obviously there is the network in between. So the network can be bad on the publisher side. That's one thing, and it can also be bad on each of the participant side, obviously. So I would say there is kind of not a lie, but it's something that we would say with this acronym. Video isn't what you see is what you get. Now we have some tools in WebRTC in the browsers to measure the quality. They are built in, they are very useful. If you open the tab with the Chrome WebRTC internals, you will see a bunch of statistics regarding the RTT, the packet loss, the bitrate at which you're sending. You have the equivalent in Firefox with about WebRTC. And there is also the GetStats API that you can use to develop your own application to measure the quality of your video streams. So this is what we did. We decided to write a Chrome extension that would be useful for us, but also to see how other tools were performing when doing video conferencing. So it gives the user an instant view, a very easy view of the publisher statistics. We don't care about all the incoming video streams, we just care about what we are sending to the network, because this is where we can't really see what's happening. So here, for instance, you have a bunch of statistics like which device you're using to transmit the audio and the video, which codec you use, and also the packet loss, the round trip tap, and the bitrate. Now, in a typical Livestorm session, this is what you would have. You would have one or more participants, and you will have the view of the Chrome extension on the left, saying that you're using that device to transmit your audio. And one interesting thing that you can see also at the end is the different resolutions that you send to the network. So this is an important feature of WebRTC, which is called simulcast. It's the ability to send different types of quality to the network. Why is that interesting? Well, because you don't necessarily have on the remote participants a good network connection. So depending on the quality of the connection on the remote participants, they will subscribe to the small resolution if they have a bad quality, or to the good one if their connection allows it. So this is nice, but when you have many users in a web conference, what will happen is that everybody would send all the 3 video layers that you saw earlier, and we have, as a web application, video conferencing application, a layout, meaning a distribution of the video tiles that is not static. We have people who maximize their streams, so we can see them in a large view, and you have only one stream that can be maximized. The others will be minimized then. So it doesn't really make sense in that case to have all those video qualities being sent. And because of that, we also had users complaining of high bandwidth usage sometimes, and sometimes CPU as well. So we decided to dig into this and see if with our layout that is dynamic, we could improve the user experience for our users in Livestone. So we have found very interesting resources in the WebRTC community. The first one being WebRTC hacks, and actually we found some ways to dynamically switch off and on the simulcast layers that we would send over the network. And it turns out to be also usable with the Vonage SDK that we use. So that was interesting. So we documented ourselves, we looked around, we saw that daily.co also had a very good article, and we started building with that. So here is the result of what the modifications that we made in our code. We decided then to, okay, when I'm transmitting over the network and I am minimized, okay, there's no need for me to transmit all the simulcast layer, I will just send the smallest one. So here you can see that I will just say, send this small resolution here, which is adapted to the size actually of the video type. But the maximized stream itself will be received and sent by the publisher at full size. Also, one interesting thing is that these Chrome extensions helped us detect new features and sometimes even bugs. There was something new that we actually saw with the Chrome application. It was something called that Vonage called AMR, Adaptive Media Routing. The idea behind that is that if you have 2 people in a video conference, then you would send your stream directly to the other participant without going to the SFU. And if you had 3 or more participants, then it will switch to the SFU mode. And yes, we detected a bug with that regarding the audio. I will explain that just after. So this is how we discovered this new feature, this new AMR feature, Adaptive Media Routing feature. We were doing regular call with our application, and here after that we switched to the Vonage Playground to make sure that we had the same results. Actually, what we saw was kind of different that we were used to see in the past. We would see that we would actually have 2 peer connections connected when we were only 2 people in the same video conference. And we asked ourselves, okay, that's not really normal. I'm sending my audio streams to 2 different people. Which is the other people actually? So we asked Vonage about that. They said, okay, that's a new feature. They explained to us what was AMR. We said, okay, so then why is that I have to send my audio stream to an external endpoint that I don't know about? It is actually a connection that is made to the SFU when you start a connection between two peers. So you have one part that is peer-to-peer and another part which is audio with silent traffic actually that connects to the SFU. This is needed for them to easily switch to the SFU mode when you have another participant that comes in so that you don't have any interruption on the traffic. So that was great. We had a good explanation of what AMR was, but at the same time we figured out that there was an issue here. Why? When we are in this call with two persons, it turned out that if you switched your microphone to another device, then the connection to the SFU wouldn't switch as well. So when you have a third person that would come into the call, you would stick with the other microphone. Which happens is that for two people, you could hear the person that you were talking to, but with three people, you wouldn't hear anything. So that was an interesting case of seeing how there was a bug that was introduced into that, and the Chrome extension here helped us a bit. Here you can see that the microphone didn't switch when we were adding a new person to the video conference. So we keep developing this extension, although not every day, because it's a very small code. There is not much code, and it's quite easy to use. And but there are things to improve. Obviously, if we find bugs, we try to catch up with it. And also one thing that can be interesting is to include what we call temporal simulcast, which is different from the natural simulcast that we know that consists in transmitting different resolutions to the network. Temporal simulcast is mostly used in when you use screen sharing and you cannot modify or scale down the resolution. Then in that case, you would send the same resolution, but at different frame rates. So that would be two streams of the same resolution at the different frame rates. This is something that is not easy to display in the Chrome extension that I showed, but maybe we will do it in the future. So that's it for me. And if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Excellent, thank you so much, Philippe, that was great. Any questions for Philippe? Stand away from the speaker. I'm interested in what drove you to select the Vonage SDK versus some of the other SDKs that are out there?
I think the choice was made before I joined the company, but it's a large debate in the company, and I think probably we had answers about that, about the buy versus build, and this is the choice they made at the time.
Understood, not my fault. Cool. If there are no other questions, then again, a round of applause for excellent presentation. Well done. Oh, Renzo, excellent. This is the one I've been waiting for.
Oh, no pressure. How much is it? 20, 25?
Assume 25.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks. Thank you for being here. And first of all, I'm glad to be here. I mean, this is my first TADSummit. I remember being at TED almost 10 years ago in Madrid, which was a fun experience. But this is different, so I'm really excited about it. And I'm going to talk about something that is quite new. So specifically about how WebRTC is trying to tackle the broadcasting world as well, which has historically been used using very different technologies instead. So just a couple of words about me before we start. I got my PhD at the University of Naples, and as we established yesterday, I'm the only chairless chairman in a company called Miteco, and I may be known as the main author of Janus. Just out of curiosity, how many of you actually already know about Janus? Okay, no, that's half the room more or less, so that's interesting. And these are a few links where you can get in touch with me if you want. There's some other information as well, including some ugly music that I like to write from time to time. And my company, it was born as an academic spin-off originally, because most of our team, me included, got our PhD working on real-time multimedia stuff from a standardization perspective, especially. We've been involved a lot in the ITF. And then we decided to create a company out of what we had been working, and that happened almost 15 years ago. And we do the usual things that you can expect from a small company like ours, so consulting services, commercial support, stuff like this, including support for some remote participation support to some big meetings like RIPE meetings, ITF meetings, and so on. And our base is somewhere around there, so definitely not the bad place to live in, as you can imagine. So coming to the meat of the presentation. So basically, as I mentioned, we wanted to check, me and other people wanted to check whether or not WebRTC could be a good fit for the broadcasting world. And first of all, it meant having a look at how traditional broadcasting works. And in general, you can assume something like this. So you have a source that is usually an application like OBS, for instance, using a protocol like RTMP to submit a processed audio and video stream to a streaming server, and then the streaming server takes care of distributing it to a larger CDN so that it can be distributed to a wider audience. That can be TVs, or it can be mobile phones or laptops or whatever, possibly involving some transcoding as well in order to provide adaptive streaming to those different devices, because of course a 4K screen has different requirements from a small mobile screen, for instance. And this works nicely. I mean, it has worked nicely for a very long time. The problem is that the moment that you want some more interactivity, this may not be enough, because for instance, if you think about betting, you're watching a football match somewhere, you want to bet on the football match, you cannot really do that if the match you're watching is 20 seconds behind. So that doesn't really work. You need something that is much closer to what's happening right now instead. During the pandemic, there was also something interesting happening where you had, since you couldn't go to a concert in person, there would be concerts being played in custom locations, being recorded, being broadcasted, and then you had a whole wall of people connected from home that would attend the concert, just to give the artists some feedback that they were not just playing in front of a camera, but actually in front of real people. And of course, a scenario like this assumes that you do have a need for some sort of synchronization as well, because again, if the concert you're watching from home and you are one of the faces that are appearing on there, if the concert is 30 seconds behind what you're actually seeing, you may be dancing while they're switched to a very sad and slow song, and that doesn't really work. And of course, there's also scenarios like this, like those popular quiz applications that you can find on mobile phones. There's a person making questions in real time for an hour or so, and you have to answer before everybody else. This also requires you to have something that is as close to real time as possible, because while you could use a regular CDN for that, the moment buffering kicks in or something else kicks in, or there are delays, there are people that will be more advantaged than others, and that's something that you want to avoid. Which brings again to our point. So these are just a handful of use cases, but they already showcase the fact that we may have a need for something closer to real time instead. And why not WebRTC? I mean, WebRTC was indeed conceived originally for conversational audio, video, and data. So at the time, it was the attempt to fight the Skype domination of the conversation business. But we all know that WebRTC has been used for countless other use cases as well, which does include monodirectional streaming. You see a lot of webinars and stuff like this that make use of WebRTC. And the moment you use an SFU, like the one that we just saw in the presentation before, you're actually using WebRTC often in a monodirectional scenario, because you're doing something one-to-many. Even in a video conference, you're actually having many one-to-many distributions rather than an actual conversational approach to how the peer connections are actually used. And for some weird reason, I mean, the broadcasting industry has been quite resistant to WebRTC in the first place. There was actually a bit of a fad that was documented by good old Dr. Alex a few years ago, where they basically provided some reasons why they didn't want WebRTC that didn't really make a lot of sense. Most importantly, because we know that WebRTC, for instance, has good audio and video quality. I mean, there's a lot of features that WebRTC now supports that are actually quite useful in the broadcasting environment as well, because, for instance, Opus was a codec conceived for the internet, so it does really work very well there. It has some reliability features, including RAID redundancy or in-band for their correction. It has built-in stereo support and even via multi-opus, which is a hidden feature, but that Chrome already supports. You can also do multi-channel with Opus, which is kind of cool. And with video as well, there are several different codecs that we have access to, and there's also interesting functionality like, again, simulcast or scalable video coding that allow you to provide that same level of adaptive streaming that may be needed in some cases in the broadcasting scenarios. At the end of the day, the real main obstacle has always been tooling, because we know that there's millions of broadcasters all around the world that use CDNs to broadcast their shows, or YouTubers or stuff like this. They all use applications like, for instance, OBS or others. They are used to these tools. And so if you want those users to start using a WebRTC-based infrastructure, you need to make it as easy as possible for them to just keep on using whatever they are comfortable with, and then just use a different technology to distribute it, which was really the main obstacle, and we'll see how this has partly been handled in a second. But if we look at this WebRTC broadcasting issue in terms of what do we need to do to make this happen, we can split it in two main blocks. The first one is ingestion. So how do we get something that has been produced, for instance, with a tool like OBS, to a server so that it can be distributed, and then how do we distribute it? So how do we send this WebRTC stream end-to-end to a lot of people? Which of course means that we should actually split this into three parts, because of course the scalability part may not be 100% related to this, because how you distribute it may be impacted by how you actually internally scale all of this for this to happen. And we'll address ingestion and distribution first, and then I'll spend a few words on how you could actually scale this as well. And within the ITF, a new working group was created called WISH to address exactly these use cases. So how do we do some sort of WebRTC broadcasting? How do we use WebRTC for more than just conversations and stuff like this? And the main activity was working on a protocol called WIP, which made for this really interesting picture over there in a blog post some time ago. And actually this picture was something that we used in a blog post about 3 years ago, and this was before WISH actually existed as a working group. So Cosmos Software with Dr. Alex and Sergio had proposed this new protocol called WIP. So it was not an ITF protocol yet, but they had this idea and wanted to prototype it. And so we helped them prototype this on the server side. And then as soon as WIP became the first action item within the WISH working group, we started addressing these in another blog post that I encourage you to have a look at if you are curious about all these protocols. And if we have a look at it from a technical perspective, WIP is actually a quite simple protocol, because we all know that WebRTC itself can sometimes be a bit intimidating because it's a huge suite of many different protocols working with each other, but the signaling to make a WebRTC session happen doesn't need to be this complicated, which is the main aspect that we want to take into account when we have to integrate this into a tool like OBS, for instance. And as a matter of fact, WIP is very simple, because it's basically a very basic HTTP-based signaling protocol where you use an HTTP post to send your SDP offer, which is something that you need to initiate a WebRTC peer connection. You send your offer with the stuff that you want to send. You get an SDP answer from the server, and the negotiation phase is basically done like that. In a single HTTP transaction, you're already exchanged two SDPs, which was cool. If we want to tear down the session, we can use an HTTP delete. So we are matching basically the HTTP primitives to some functionalities that we want to have. We can use bearer tokens, which are again an established technology in the HTTP ecosystem to do things like authorization. If we need trickle eyes, for example, exchanging candidates dynamically, as we usually do in WebRTC applications, we can use HTTP patch requests. So again, very useful, because we can just send small HTTP fragments to say, I have this new interface I want to use, and so on and so forth. And once you've done that, everything else is really just plain WebRTC. So if you are familiar with WebRTC in the first place, everything else works exactly the same way, eyes, DTLS, everything. And so from a sequence diagrams perspective, it's really easy to understand because you just send a post, you get an SDP answer back plus the address of the resource that you need to interact if you want to send candidates there. You exchange some candidates, the peer connection establishment happens. At the end of the day, what the really important part is you can start sending an RTP stream to a media server. And in that case, you see three different blocks over there, but this could be actually the same application, or you could distribute those blocks in different ways. It really doesn't matter. WIP is there just to make sure that you can use those HTTP exchanges to eventually create a peer connection to send something. And of course, I wanted to prototype this in Janus, which is a general purpose and open source WebRTC server that can be used for different things. And here are a few links if you want to give it a try. And basically, rather than embedding WIP inside Janus itself, because Janus does have its own API, I decided to just keep it simple. So create a very simple shim, a very simple intermediate application that implements the WIP API, which, as we've seen, is very basic. It's just a very basic web server that needs to handle some HTTP requests and take care of the translation to the Janus API on the back end. So anytime somebody wants to publish, we create a session to Janus, we create the resources to the video room plugin, which is the SFU plugin, so that we can create a participant in there. At the end, the result is that SDPs go back and forth between that client and Janus, and the peer connection is established. So done, very, very easy. And I created prototypes for both server and clients, because again, I mentioned how important it is for ingestion to be not only done via browser, but also via custom applications. And I wanted to prototype that via a GStreamer powered kind of application. And funnily enough, GStreamer does support WIP natively now, so my application is actually quite redundant, but it was quite useful in the beginning. And I mentioned that tooling is an important thing, and how many people, for instance, use OBS every day. And luckily, OBS now does have support for WebRTC, so it's not complete. There are some small issues here and there, but as you can see in that blog post over there by Chad Hart, Sean Dubois, we have to thank greatly for that, actually did implement WebRTC support in OBS, which means that if you download version 30 of OBS, which should be the latest, among the different streaming options that you have, which could be stream to Twitch, to YouTube, or whatever, there's also stream to your WIP server. So you provide the information to a WIP server and it should work. And I tested it with Janus and my simple WIP server, and it actually did work, because in that case, I was just opening the video room my WIP server was publishing to, and I could see the scene that I had created in OBS, which was really cool. So now we have ingested the stream, how do we distribute it? So how do we consume it? Because of course WIP is cool, but only allows you to ingest media. So you are just pushing media to a server. You don't use it also to receive media instead. And I mean, in practice, it's not a problem from a technical perspective, because distributing the stream is again just a matter of how do you use an SFU to distribute stuff. But of course, the problem is that each SFU has its own API, and we want to avoid this API fragmentation. We want a standard way to receive a stream, just as we have a standard way to ingest a stream with WIP. And that's something that web covers. It's a new protocol that is part, again, of the same working group that I discussed before, that is called WISH. And if you're confused by all these acronyms, it's absolutely normal. I mean, and there's WIP, there's WEP, and for a little time there was also WAP. So it's not a typo, it existed. And if you want to learn more, you can have a look at that blog post that I created over there. And in a nutshell, basically, WEP is very much the twin protocol of WIP, and is almost like a clone to WIP, because WIP takes care of ingestion, it creates send-only peer connections. WEP does the opposite, so it creates peer connections just to consume stuff, so receive-only peer connections. And the approach is very much the same too, because I think they just did a copy-paste and just replaced some words here and there to get things started. And as a matter of fact, you still use HTTP using the offer-answer approach, you still use bearer tokens, you still use HTTP patch and fragments for trickle, and WebRTC is used the same way as before. I have some concerns about how WEP is currently done, because at the moment it works exactly as WIP. So even if you want to watch something, you have to send an offer and receive an answer, which is kind of counterintuitive and not how most of the WebRTC servers actually do it, because when you want to subscribe to something, it's the server that knows how the media is done, and so it's typically the server that offers and you answer. And this would have allowed for whip and web kind of interactions. So basically chaining whip and web, it could have allowed for cool things like WebRTC federation between different implementations of WebRTC. It could have been cool, but instead it isn't. So I did document my rant a bit there, so I won't go too much in detail in here there. But I mean, web as it is right now does work if we exclude this limitation. And this sequence diagram looks pretty much exactly the same as the one that we've seen before, with the difference that all these dents over here will eventually lead to media going from the server to the subscriber, because in this case we are receiving media instead. And just as I did with WIP, I also prototyped web as well. So, and I did follow the same exact approach. So a very thin layer in front of Janus in order to translate those different languages, receiving media from the streaming plugin rather than the video room plugin, because the streaming plugin is the one that in Janus is most optimized to broadcast WebRTC media. And I created again client and servers, but the client is really not that interesting in the web use case, because with web, it's much more interesting to use the web browser to actually receive media rather than a custom application. You don't use a custom application for that. Which brings us to the next point. So we've seen how we can ingest, we've seen how we can actually consume ingested media, but what if we don't want to just use a single server to do everything, which may help us maybe serve maybe a few hundred subscriptions and so on? What if we want to stream to thousands or millions of people using WebRTC instead? Because these are the numbers that regular CDNs serve today, so the numbers that traditional broadcasting serves today. And that's of course not an easy question to answer, because of course there are different WebRTC implementations, and WebRTC as a technology can be seen also a bit more complex than what CDNs typically do. And this is a problem that I actually tried to solve a few years ago. So my PhD at the university was indeed focused on exactly that. So when WebRTC first came to the light, large-scale broadcasting was something that I had in mind. And joking, I always said that it was because at the time I lived close to a pub, and every time I was watching a football match on the streaming, basically the pub would start screaming, and 30 seconds later I would see that somebody scored. And this pissed me really off. And so I said, I want a better streaming solution. I said, well, I'm studying WebRTC now, let's do it with WebRTC. And this was actually one of the key motivators that also pushed me to start working on Janus. So it was one of the use cases that led me to create Janus, which was indeed worked on within the context of my PhD. And the main idea behind Soleil, which basically was an acronym for streaming of large-scale events over internet clouds, was just really a tree-based distribution of WebRTC feeds, where you have WebRTC at the edges. So at the ingestion point you have WebRTC, distribution points you have WebRTC, everything in the middle doesn't need to be WebRTC. It can be plain RTP because WebRTC is based on that. And there are advantages to doing that, because first of all, you don't have the WebRTC overhead. Within your infrastructure, you don't need components that need to know anything about WebRTC. They could not even know anything about RTP. They could just handle UDP packets going back and forth. You could take advantage of stuff like multicast or SDNs or whatever. Or maybe if you want to keep at the application level, applications that may know what RTP is for, or maybe do some statistics and stuff like this, but really nothing more than that. And if to do something like this with Janus, basically the idea is that since you have WebRTC on the ingestion point using WIP, it means that you have WebRTC on one side and you have to have RTP out of that so that you can start distributing it. And this is something that in Janus you do with RTP forwarders that our WIP server does support. And on the distribution part, it means that if you are one of the Janus instances that will distribute this to an audience, it means that you must be able to receive plain RTP packets and turn them into an WebRTC broadcast. And that's something that the streaming plugin is conceived to do. And so that matches nicely with the WIP and web team that we've seen so far. And from a graphical perspective, it looks a bit like this. So if you imagine a tree-based distribution, where again, we only care about WebRTC on the edges, so ingestion and distribution at the very end, it means that here we can use something like WIP there to ingest, it gets to Janus or any other WebRTC server. I mean, I'm using Janus as an example, but there are other WIP and web implementations out there. So I'm not trying to pimp my own goods. That's what I meant. So you can use WIP there. It gets to Janus, for instance. Then it becomes an RTP stream. This RTP stream is something that you can distribute however you want in a tree-based distribution, directly from here to there, but also additional layers. Of course, the wider the tree is, the more you can distribute the flow. That's really just how this tree distribution works. Eventually, it becomes WebRTC again, so that you can distribute it to a very wide audience. And again, using RTP is actually cool because, as I mentioned, for instance, you could use multicast for this, and this is something that the plugins in Janus support out of the box. So if we have WIP here that is WebRTC, sending to the video room plugin, which is our SFU, this SFU could use RTP forwarders to forward this as a plain RTP stream externally, and rather than send to a specific address, we can send to a multicast group. This multicast group is something that those streaming plugins over there can consume, that can subscribe to. So rather than wait for an RTP packet on a UDP socket, a unicast socket, they can just say, pull RTP packets from a multicast group instead, which means that with a single ingestion, multiple streaming plugin instances can all consume from the same thing. You take advantage of your own network if it does support it. You can take advantage of unicast bridges to bridge, for instance, two different server farms that have multicast support. For instance, you have somebody published in I don't know, Detroit, and you want to subscribe in Dublin. You create a unicast channel between those two server farms that have multicast support inside them. That's really the basic idea behind it. And I think this really covers it in a nutshell, but before we finish, just a quick announcement. Some of you may know it already because I've been pestering people for these couple of days already, but we are doing JanusCon again. So JanusCon is our own conference around Janus, but also around WebRTC in general, and it will happen at the end of April in Naples, in beautiful Naples, and specifically in front of this beautiful castle that you see over here. So this is not a fake. The venue is really in front of this, so we are really on top of the sea. It's really cool. And if you go to the website there, you'll find some additional information, including pictures, some testimonials from people that were there for last time, and so on and so forth. So, and now I'm really done and hopefully on time, so let's see if there's any questions. Thank you.
So do we have any questions? Just a sec, Roman.
How do you randomize the... How do you randomize the connection of the clients to the different front servers? How do you attribute those so that you spread the load across all your infrastructure?
You mean in something like this?
Yeah. How do you decide that this customer, this client will connect to this one or this one, depending on the load of it?
Yeah, this is something that is not cast in stone. I mean, the idea is that you distribute it, and then how you can actually access, how you actually physically distribute users is entirely up to you. So this is really just an idea in principle. So you create a tree-based distribution, and the focus, especially in my PhD thesis, was really just on the internal distribution. Then how you can distribute things, it could be done on a round robin, it could be based on how close you are to the server, it could be done using different things. It could be some of the servers may be there, may be closer, but the service may not want to use them because they're just there as a backup. So it's entirely implementation specific in this case.
It's not included into Janus.
No. In this case, Janus is actually very stupid in the sense because each of those Janus instances that you see over there know nothing about each other. So each Janus instance is very much an isolated island. So any kind of orchestration that you build is built over the top. So they they cooperate with each other without even knowing that they are cooperating with each other. Because again, we are just using RTP as an intermediate technology, and RTP it's an RTP session completely out of context because there's no SIP, there's no WebRTC, there's no RTSP. It's just RTP packets that we are pushing in different directions, and somebody gets them and gets those packets and does something with it.
Excellent. Any?
because I find it great to see those early networking techniques like multicast being used with WebRTC, because I remember, I'm old enough to remember that in the 90s we were using multicast groups to send and receive RTP packets. We are seeing also others that are doing using Anycast, like Cloudflare, for instance. I know that on Janus you have many examples. You have a great demo page where we can try many things. Is it possible to test this multicast, to see it working, this multicast distribution?
Yeah, in general, we don't have a specific demo for that, but just because we don't have buttons that play with this or with that, but it's actually testing multicast, just testing multicast specifically, it's quite easy, especially if you want to do a simple demo of this. It's really basic, because the only thing that you have to do is subscribe, you use the regular video room demo, and you connect and you publish something. Then just using the console, you use a command, RTP forward command, which is not in the demos as a button, but it's something that is very easy to do. So you say RTP forward media to this multicast group, and then for the streaming plugin, you create a mount point either programmatically or in the configuration file that waits for media on that, subscribes to media on that multicast group, and then you go to the streaming plugin demo and check if you see anything, basically. So that's really as simple as it is, just to prove that you can use multicast as an intermediary, assuming of course that your network does support multicast. And then you build around that, basically. That's the main idea, because in this case we have a direct connection between the two. But again, as I've shown before, you could have different levels. This could go through different nodes before it actually gets to at distribution nodes for distribution. So it's entirely up to you, because you may want to use multicast here but not here. So each of those small balls that you see over there, you can handle on your own. That's the basic idea.
Cool. If there are no more questions, again, excellent presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Andre. There he is. Grab that. There you go. There you go. Perfect.
Over to you.
Hello, everybody. You may know me from my work at Portland, where we're involved in various open source projects for OS4AP. My name is Andrei Zhelenko, but here I'm in a new role. I'm representing WebTreat, and this is very new field for me. This is not about backend of telecoms, but this is front end, something which directly interacts with end users. Yeah. Can I get my mouse? Sorry.
No problem.
The trackpad seems to be not working.
Here you go.
Thanks. Okay, so let me start again, so it will be in the recording clearly. My name is Andrei Zhelenko. You may know me from my Portland past, but here I'm with WebTreat, and it's about developing front-end communication applications. And what do these things would have in common? A site which does tarot card reading, Craigslist, and for those not from North America, this is an online marketplace where you can buy, sell things such as like Wallapop or OLX, and typical mobile operator in South Africa. Or what they have in common, it's they all would need voice or video communication app to serve their customers better. So we're going to talk about how they can get that app working, how they can get that app on the market in the shortest possible time frame with least amount of resources involved. A note, I'll be only talking about the problems in app development for which we have some ideas how to solve them. There are many other problems, some of them we discussed during the last 2 days, which are out of scope of this presentation. Second, I do consider, I take it for granted that if somebody wants to develop communication app today, they will use WebRTC. There are some options available, just like you can potentially write the website in COBOL, but like, why would you do this? So WebRTC is de facto standard. And I'll be talking about some experience about the projects. It's mostly based on the data which I observed. I was involved in those projects, mostly with telco, mostly with Portal customers. Sadly, many of these projects, when people try to develop their own communication app, they failed, and most of them were not happy with the result. So if you have your own stories, good one, or was good, was successful end, or with unsuccessful end, come and find me, tell me. It'll be interesting to extend my statistics so I can tell more stories, or I can use this factual data to direct our development better. And you can do it here or contact me later on via LinkedIn or email. We're all software developers here. We all know the story. You ask software engineer when it's going to be ready, he says next week, and then 2 or 3 months later, the answer is the same, next week. What I do observe, for communication applications, it's actually even worse. And there are some objective reasons for that compared to, say, developing just a web application. There are more unknown variables which are outside of our control, outside of our normal domain knowledge. So the person who's trying to do estimate, they simply don't know about them yet, and these things are going to pop up later on, and they're going to significantly delay the project. And this is true for pretty much every project which I observed. So the idea is how we can make it not as bad as it is now. One of the problems which somebody who's developing communication app would face, as I said, WebRTC is a standard. But as declared by WebRTC, you have a full freedom of choosing the signaling protocol. And when I say bazaar, it has no negative cultural connotations. I'm referring to the famous book, The Cathedral and the Bazaar, by Eric Raymond, when he compares this like, structured and closed world of enterprise software with this like, volatile and a bit crazy world of open source. And here we have this crazy world of open source to this extreme. Every system would offer its own API. Plus, some of these APIs, what they try to do, they try to emulate basically voice over IP signaling over some web protocols. And I'll talk about later why it's not optimal. And then there is a question of choosing CPaaS vendor. And I'm a member of a few Facebook groups for SaaS founders, and their typical question is there. Okay, we build our app, we launched it, and we sign up with a CPaaS provider X, and now we realize, okay, it's getting kind of expensive, and we don't have money to keep paying them, and we don't have money to do refactoring, to do something else, and then stuck in this situation. And CPaaS and those brand new platforms such as Twilio, they're great if you have this totally new application which exists in this world of native cloud and everything. Most of the projects, they will be connected to some existing VoIP systems. Some of those could be legacy, which may not have as like brand new APIs or ability to do the connections. So how to deal with that, how to allow your app to be still connecting and still making calls through the system, and not getting crazy during the development. And some of the systems, they have such an API. In Eastern Europe, we have a measure of complexity saying you have to drink a bottle of vodka to understand this. So some of the systems, they have a level of complexity that I will be totally passed out drunk before I even start to understand. And actually the choice, which CPaaS provider should you choose, it's a wrong choice, because even most of them, they pitch, oh, switch to us, we're cheaper than X. Well, yes, but who guarantees that the company Y, which is cheaper than X today, is not going to be way more expensive next month when you already kind of got hooked into their APIs and you cannot really change? And it's funny how history kind of repeats itself, because VoIP was in exactly the same situation about 20 years ago, and we invented the beautiful thing called viscous routing. The idea is the control of which carrier to use should be on your side, because it's totally possible that for a company, they would use Telnix for US calls and messages, Sinch for European, and if they have customers in South Africa, they may find some local company which will offer the best rates. So they do want to have some control over that on their side. And of course, the development resources. 10 years ago, I was at some IT conference, and there was a lady from HR agency, and she said, well, you're all complaining about how difficult it is to find engineers, software engineers, IT specialists, but in the near future, you will understand what you have now is actually good. And she was right. Things got only worse since then. And there are not that many professional developers of communication apps, and probably a majority of them are in this room or listening to us online right now. So for most of the projects, you would need to find some external people. And experience shows that regular front-end developers, they hate learning things related to VoIP. In Porta One, actually, we have back-to-back user agents written in Python, and it turns out for us it's more efficient. We hire people who have experience in network programming, and they typically C or C++ programmers, and we teach them Python. When the other way, because people who come from Python background, usually their experience with internet is they wrote a web scraping script, and that's about it. So it takes way too long for them to understand it with the packets and all the things inside there. Plus, if you want to have versions for iOS, for Android, and then for PC, usually it ends up you have duplications of a team, and not many companies can afford that. And of course, can you really compete with bigger guys who have a large team developing all these cool features? And the last one is probably the most important one. There are plenty of platforms which offer you WebRTC servers, they offer some API, so you can build an application. But building an application, it's a process when, well, let's say you want to build a tree house for your kids. You have this idea, you know what you want. But when you go to the construction store, you're overwhelmed by choice, because now you realize, okay, you have to choose, okay, which wooden planks do you need, how many of them, what kind of tools, what kind of nails. And I can relate to that. I was installing blinds on the windows in my daughter's bedroom, and I was successful only from a third try. So for projects like this, usually, because developers, they don't have enough experience, they make wrong architectural decisions, which we have to redo, or they spend too much time implementing some basic things. So for instance, the Craigslist, they need an application which allows me to receive phone calls related to my ads on disposable numbers. So when my ad is offline, nobody can call me, nobody can bother me. So they need just maybe to show when they have incoming calls, it will say somebody's calling you about your ad selling your old car. So that's it. They don't want to deal with like push notifications or some other things, but they will have to if they're developing from scratch. So how can we deal with all of that? What if there would be a solution which allows easy to use API, so it's something a regular front-end developer can understand, and you get the application, not a bunch of examples which you have to assemble together, but you get full source code for actually working app for soft phone or for web, which you can use from day one. And it allows you to be connected to any VoIP system, which is OpenSIPs, Twilio, Asterisks, by writing your own adapter, just a few API mapping functions. And it is written in Dart Flutter, so it's cross-platform, so you can reduce your engineering team because you then have to duplicate it between different platforms. Well, that's what WebTree does. We provide a backend which runs in the cloud, which does a conversion between client communication done in the API and WebRTC. It converts it to normal, regular SIP traffic, which goes to the VoIP system. And it uses adapter, which can be written by you to connect to your own proprietary storage of user information. So we can authenticate the user or get information about his or her contacts. And as I said, the source code for the app, the whole app, not just example, is on the GitHub. You actually get the Flutter app, and then you get as a bonus, it's a pure web application written in Vue.js, just as an example, because there are not that many Flutter developers compared to JavaScript developers. And usually I've been asked, how can it be connected to existing system? Because typically people would have something like Kamayo or OpenSIPs, and then they have their own database with user data. So it's just a microservice which does API mapping and allows to connect and extract data. We have also, it's an open source project in FastAPI Python, which you can use and just write your own functions, or you can potentially write it in any language or framework you want. So coming back to my treehouse example, so WebTree, it's like getting a fully assembled, fully installed treehouse from day one. And the only thing you would need to do is, if you need a different color, you paint it. Or if you need to change some things, you just change those small things. So for a developer to start using WebTree, you download the source code, you test it with our demo server, you create API adapter to connect to your storage of user data if you need to. You do customization, you maybe add some screens or functionality, or for just visual branding, colors and fonts, we offer visual editor. And you make yourself happy, your customers happy. How can you contribute to open source development for WebTree? Well, obviously, fixes and improvements in the app itself. I remember many years ago when I got my first bug report from GitHub, I think, I felt embarrassment. Well, somebody found out I wrote bad code. Now when I get bug reports, I'm actually joyful because, okay, somebody is using it and it's important enough for them, so it actually they spend time to fix it and to report it, so it's great. To add new functionality, because there are plenty of things which can be added into the apps based on the market, based on the specifics, so we hope there's going to be a community of adding those things. We have some customers in Africa, and for instance there, they have problems, sometimes the local currency is so devalued, it's like stacks of papers which not really worth anything, so it's inconvenient. So people, when they go to buy groceries, they pay with megabytes out of their bundle. So if you want to buy milk, they pay 50 megabytes, and to the guy who sells milk, and then the milkman buys his beer with 100 megabytes. So somebody, a local provider there, would need just a regular app, but with additional screen for doing these transfers, or something else. We're looking for people who contribute adapters to more VoIP systems, so more people can use it out of the box by just adding some configuration, and also embedding WebRTC into calling widget for HubSpot, or a plugin for WordPress which puts this call me button, or anything else. There are plenty of web applications with their own infrastructure for plugins, and it makes sense for somebody who's already familiar with that ecosystem just to add the functionality there. So I hope I persuaded people who listen that if you have a friend, a colleague, or partner who is starting to develop a communication app, they can save time by just building it on top of WebTree. And I've been in telco for 25 years, and most of you also been here for a long time. But this is the potential not just for telco people, but for SaaS applications. And these actually the ones who probably benefit the most because they have the least experience with all this like communication and networks and everything. So if we can get word out to them, we can save them time and we can get new and cool applications which will appear on the market much sooner. And one final remark. I really wish that this presentation would be given by CTO of WebTree, Yuri Chernevsky. He deserves it the most. He cannot travel here since Russia invaded Ukraine and the war started. Him and many other WebTree team members, they cannot travel. They wake up at nights for air raid alerts. So I asking you if you can continue contributing, continue helping Ukraine by donating to Ukrainian funds, or just writing a letter to a government representative asking for more support for Ukraine, because the more support Ukraine will get, the sooner it will be over and we can all live in peace. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Andre? Just hang a sec.
I was just curious how much on the front end perspective is covered within WebTree, or is it primarily around the back end and the APIs to the different CPaaSs and SIP providers?
No, front end, what we give, it's a fully functional application. It's an application which is used now by carriers. So like from day one, you get this treehouse which you can use. So we have customers who are already using it for their purposes. So for somebody to deploy, if it's just a kind of telco type application, it's probably the customization. You don't even need coding. You can just use visual layout editor, and you can say, well, my brand colors, I'm calling it my super calling app, and I'm uploading it to the App Store.
Do you have any plan for React Native front?
We hope that we don't have to do this, because people will start using more and more Flutter because it's better this way. Maybe somebody will do this because embedded into any other JavaScript application is fairly easy, and that's why we have this Vue.js. It's not the communication part is there just to show some menus and the information. The embedding part can be kind of just copied over and reused in any other JavaScript application.
Any more? If not, round of applause for excellent discussion. Thank you. So Romain, I think you're up next with a jamboree of WebRTC applications. So the way we're going to structure this is Romain will be sort of penultimate, but we'll create a break because I know several people need to go. And for the hardy few that remain, I'll then run through the open source telecom software server that we ran this year. I could talk for hours about it, but I'll try to keep it down to about 30 minutes. There are lots of sandwiches, there's lots of water at the back there, so you are welcome to take them back to your hotel room or wherever you fancy. So, Romain, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good. Yeah. Alan offered me the floor for a few minutes, and I wanted something fun and entertaining for closing that day. So I'm Romain. I'm part of a company which is called APZ. You might have some difficulties to pronounce the name, so it's called APZ, and we are specialized into a SaaS platform for customer service, specialized into video communication. So we bet that at some point, in some case, we need synchronous interaction with some human on the other side. So after you pass all the steps through the self-care, the chatbot, the conversational AI that try to divert you to some static content, you ultimately reach an agent, and at some times this agent needs to see the situation around you to be completely helpful. And that's where we are. This solution is lying on a specific stack that we developed during 10 years, which is called API RTC. API RTC is based, it's kind of a PaaS platform that enables you to orchestrate your streams using WebRTC. It's based on Janus, and we're also implementing the signaling mechanism on that platform. So that's why I'm interested into WebRTC, especially that's because it's all core technology. We need to remember that WebRTC raised or is born at the same time that Flash was dying. Flash was all the way to implement a live video chat, and maybe for the better. We switched technology, and it left some room for WebRTC to raise and to conquer or to be adopted by the users. So the aim of this talk is just going through some use cases, all right? And I try to get the most extreme use cases and some that are very trivial, right? You will know some of them. So it will be entertaining, right? No bit. It's a no-brainer. Okay. So what kind of use case that we can see? We can find with WebRTC the instant video communication. Right? Okay. Everybody is using that every day. It's very rich. It's been enhanced with some transformation of the streams, so node reduction, and also all the blurring things. So we've got a very high quality of communication with several participants in the same room. You know also like the audio only chat, which is another part of that. Discord is one of the example. So it's become very popular also, and we removed all the video, but still we're about to see under the hood. We've got also that the web client that enables takers to interact. I mean, virtual takers like AI Call, which is the example that I took. Once you need to interact, in fact, you use the web app. You use a virtual telephone on your mobile or on your desktop to go through the classical voice infrastructure. Remote assistance, so that's more like APZ is a good example. So we enhance the interaction. We use the back camera, mostly the back camera of the phone, for to see the environment of the customer, so that it can be helped by an agent somewhere in a call center. And in fact, we also enhance with some interaction to reuse the data channel that is included into the WebRTC, to synchronize the states across the client, the customer, and the agent. For example, for doing some live pointing on the screen or annotation, live annotation, so that the customer knows where he needs to push a button or something. Remote presence, you might have seen that lately. So this is a French company, it's called La Vitre, which is quite surprising. And they try to do full-size communication, like you are in front of someone. It's kind of a door that you've got in your office, so that you can see another office that is somewhere else in the world. You've got the same thing, maybe not the same level of technology. You've seen that also the Starline product that is made by Google. It's been out like a few months ago, or maybe a year ago, in fact. And it's like the quality of it is quite astonishing, and I guess they use behind the hood also some additional data through the data channel to contextualize the video. Another use case is like the virtual events. You may know Walk Adventure, which is a French company that does that. So virtual world, they can call them they call themselves the 8-bits metaverse. So they do that, and so they don't use WebRTC to synchronize the state across the little characters, the players. They use WebSocket, but they use WebRTC to interact. Once they are close to another character, they can interact with the person by triggering a video call, and that switch to WebRTC. Virtual workspace, which is kind of the same, right? And you see this use case, in fact, you don't have character, you've got your little video that is in a virtual space. Cool enough, Kumo space, when you get closer to the people in a room, you you can hear them better. I mean, the volume of the voice of the people is directly linked to the distance that you have got with the people. So if they link that together, I think that it's quite interesting. So if I've got a two-dimensional plane, I mean a two-dimensional space, how can I play with all the parameters around the communication, video communication, to make it more vivid and more interesting. It's also interesting because you can have a large room with a lot of people, but you're not like there is clarity in the discussion that you can have with the person that is just next to you. You don't hear everybody in the room, and that's great. Tuna Desk, which is a remote control, so in fact it uses only the data channel to synchronize some state in different on different devices, control over the web through a web interface. You see WebSocket, but it's not WebSocket, just to clarify. You might have known about file stream. WebTorrent, which does file streaming. So they use WebRTC to actually stream files across different. It's peer-to-peer streaming technology, so that it streams the same file to different people, and it in fact it uses those capacity to have a quite extended capacity to display media. There is also PeerTube, which is an equivalent of YouTube but decentralized. Exactly, yeah. And they use also WebRTC to stream the video. There's another use which is called a Snowflake, which is not database, nothing related. In fact, it's an anti-censorship network. So it uses WebRTC in a peer-to-peer network, so that they can, and the Tor network, so that they can go through the censorship of some countries. You might guess what countries I'm talking about. And it uses WebRTC to actually go through those firewalls and use the data channel of the WebRTC to synchronize and to get the data from out the firewalls into their countries. Live actions, you can guess you need a very low latency connection, so that the auction is valuable, or it can be done virtually, both virtually, remotely, and also physically in the same room. Another one is gambling and betting. Same reason, you need to be at the same time on that with all the players that are chatting together. Live commerce, we've seen an example with Lorenzo, I guess, so on selling things, so you need to interact. So yeah, and they use also, like, some of them implement the chat capability through the data channel, even if it's not, online education, we talked about that. I don't know who talked about the head thing. Erin, yes, right. So yeah, great example. It was you also for the live commerce. Yeah, the Chinese app. What was it? No, it was not. It was on you. Okay. All right, robotic. You can see some project that is using WebRTC to get the stream from the camera on robot so that the driver can see the environment of the robot. All right, telehealth. So, thing that is good that when you do healthcare, sometimes it goes through images, and in fact, so endoscope is just a camera which is dedicated to some special operation, right? But it's just camera, so you can plug in your endoscope and say, right, I'm gonna take that stream and make it visible to some doctors somewhere else. And also, we got a use case where you can also have the heartbeat pulsation of the heart through some devices, and you use that data tunnel to get the data directly in front of in the interface of the doctor somewhere else. It was used. That's a reuse use case that I've seen for emergency operations. So in some region they don't have enough doctor to be close enough to the population. For example, in some remote places. So instead they've got locally a pack of devices that they can plug in, and they can ring a doctor somewhere in a city so that it can have some prescription based on measuring the health constant. Yeah, kind of the same. Some on emergency response is I'm arriving on the ground. I'm a fireman, but I'm not trained to handle hydrogen fires. Hydrogen fires is totally different. So I share the situation to my leadership, and the leadership can guide me. So whether it needs someone else or maybe taking an action right now instead of waiting for additional forces. Yeah, something else. Okay, if you want to do fitness in a network, you can do it, of course. But you can also run in a park. It's okay. Virtual concert. Someone else also gave the I can't remember who the example. And you said, Alan, that at some point you did you do a concert also for the TADSummit or something?
It was TAD so we had
TAD,
yeah.
So as long as you need to be synchronized as players. So Lorenzo, it was your example. In fact, it was like a concert for the music players. It was not like public. It just like a closed loop with only players so that they are synchronized. There was no big deal with streaming the broadcasting the video to large audience. It's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Last thing, a piece of advertisement. We've got a group in Paris which is called WebRTC Paris, and we love to gather. So if you are into WebRTC, come and join us. There is a meetup group. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much.
No question, I guess.
See, just a nice wrap up of all the innovations that happen at top of WebRTC. So we can draw a line here, and people can go grab some coffee. There's coffee there to keep yourself awake. Sandwiches, definitely take a sandwich. You're not going to be allowed to go unless you're taking a sandwich. We've got several left. I most probably will run through the open source survey results in about 10 minutes time, okay? And you can always just hang out outside as well. The weather's nice, it hasn't rained, but I just want to give people a chance to take a break. Those who need to go, go, and then we'll just wrap up on the open source survey, okay?
Thanks for all your help and support.
By the way, related, but I was just scrolling through the LinkedIn and I saw 70.
Are you always happy? Because there's the broadband forum on what's called Network X now. Always on my list. Used to be up in Amsterdam, so it'd always be, I'd be coming in and out of Schiphol, and they'd be wishing me happy.
That's how you know you were born for this. So another successful event, huh?
Est-ce que tu reviens à Paris faire le meet-up WebRTC? Ah bah c'est cool, hein, on se fait Ah bah ouais, excellent. Ah, la prochaine fois que tu viens, on essaie de déjeuner ensemble.
He needs to boil the knees.
Mr. Alan Quayle.
Are you off?
Bon bah rentre bien, hein.
Bah ouais. Salut, à bientôt.
Oh, okay.
Ouais, ouais.
Gotcha.
Bye, Alan. Bye. Bye. Pareil. Bon. Merci. Bye. Bon week-end. Merci.
No BS, no BS. It's our policy. You state that, then all the marketing people run away. I've got to catch COVID so they can't turn up. I was pointing out because when I was going through the registration list, he was the only marketing. Everybody else was basically co-founder, CEO, CTO, or product. Simple as that. And when they say product, they're actually saying it's product stroke, technology anyway. Because of the size of the company, the product is the technology. Oh yes, he mentioned it. Or you saw that Thomas was going to be here? Or?
Yeah, he posted something.
Okay,
cool. It hasn't been posted very frequently on LinkedIn. So obviously the algorithm of LinkedIn kind of like, when someone posts, it kind of goes to their first degree contacts in the feed. And I caught that. I was like, face to face for about 10 years.
Yeah.
I think actually the last time I saw was at the last time I went to a Zero conference that was in London.
Yes.
St. Paul's.
He was doing, it was one of those SMS things.
Yes.
He was working with a partner, and they tried to raise cash, and then he found that the partner was working with the been through bankruptcy, so no investor would go near him. Well, they will. It's just you go for basically a rich angel. It's simple as that. So it's not that there isn't, but I think Thomas was looking more at the traditional VC route.
That's absolutely right.
Because I know lots of people that I would never work with, never touch, yet they get cash in. I said, but and they do the due diligence, but it's like this proposition works. This guy is ruthless enough that he'll most likely make it work. Because saying goes, you don't become a billionaire by being a nice person.
No.
Like being an utter twat.
We were having that conversation yesterday for dinner.
So that's how I became aware of it. And that's also was like, well before, I'm almost certain we actually haven't ever really spoken face to face.
No.
But and again, I can't recall if we had
No, I didn't, because I didn't.
You stayed the hell away from
Yeah, because it was bullshit.
Yes.
And Simon Torrance is a bullshitter, and Chris, whatever his name is. Yes, it's just a big fat nosy schoolboy. I'm sorry. I mean, so no. I was just like, guys, but they've always done what the carriers and the carriers' vendors wanted to be talked about. So they normalised why you should delay doing anything and spend money on something that's matter.
That's right, because I mean they were like sort of blood smoke up the arse of the sea levels that's big.
Oh yes.
And of course the other interesting thing is that a lot of these guys come from Sunrise as well. I think I was interesting going to sort of getting to know Simon and Chris in particular, and Philip Laidler as well.
It's such I always found it very inspiring when you actually try to get into a detailed discussion. It's like beautiful strategic keywords, and then when you're actually, so specifically what services are we talking about? Because I don't care what capabilities, I don't give a fuck. What is the service for which whatever your target market is, will pay? Once I can understand that, then I can build from there. I'm going to keep saying, keep going API markets. Look, Amazon, API management, Apogee, Google, API doesn't fucking matter. API is just a machine level web page for exposing a service. Oh yes.
Yes. Right,
oh yeah. Because Apogee and I, because I said they are not a CPaaS, they are an API management
and CEO, CTO, basically, with public head-to-head, then I had answer my questions. You have to come to the Bay Area to discuss this. It's like,
in terms of personality, etc., it's also pretty well with Michelle, simply because he comes from Grenoble and studied there, and
but again, head in the cloud. But I'm from Vodafone. I know everything.
Exactly. So there was all that sort of Vodafone bullshit that Vodafone this guy, because at the end of the day, as a human being, he's actually an alright guy. Yeah. And stop talking about the stuff that blows smoke up, right?
Exactly. The key is he spent too long time. Telco's the greatest in apprenticeship, but there's a time you have to draw a line under it and move on.
So happy that I just work for a telco. Customer, so
gives you a very different perspective.
Running RFPs, all of that stuff, and they realize that. So that's kind of allowed me to fine-tune the bullshit detector as well.
Exactly.
And then also understand the kind of bullshit that has rubbed off on, like, let's say, generation before me, so the people I worked for when I was quite young, right? Very set in their ways, like, on half circuits, for example. So we used to buy a lot of international leased lines.
Yes.
The whole idea of a half circuit. Yes. Do you know what a half circuit is?
I'm a byproduct of this environment here.
Yeah. No, and days of Acorns, right?
Yes.
Acorns.
Viag, O2 Viag. I even was, had an offer from O2 Viag, because it was like, I'd gone to like 8-9 years of BT Labs. I'd done tons of cool stuff, had a big impact on both the industry and the labs, where it's like, what the fuck do you get from me? It's like, I can do more and more and more, but less and less and less. And you then just end up frustrated in your mid-30s at the labs going, because BT never, I could see even when I joined BT, because I went into the devices division building up optoelectronic integrated circuits. So it was a full amplifier, all the optoelectronics, the diodes and the rest, lasers built in, and you just see BT struggling. So very much it was like, they had Project Sovereign, was like the day, like the year I joined, but everybody was like, shit, I don't have a job. And there were all these like mid-50s guys that were institutionalized, they were incapable of working anywhere else in the world. And they were just being saying, hey, you should be a package, thank you, goodbye. Yes. Yes. Well, I've given to Telcom, they've had me in to give them like workshops, like service delivery platforms and IMS, where they just need somebody that's independent from their vendor to tell the stack. Because part of the challenge they had was they always talk about the acronyms, but then it was just purely basically content management and delivery. That's it. It would have nothing to do with any real-time communication services.
The person that should be the outlook in this one, the partial prioritization. That's a very controversial thing. Telecom Malaysia. Yes. And with
Yes. Yes, Southwest.
Southern Bell. Southern Bell. It wasn't Southwest Bell. Southern Bell, right? So SBC. So ASBC. Atlanta. Footnote there. Do you know a guy by any chance who has come across a guy called Tony Fish?
Yes.
Okay.
He's quite surreal. I'm not sure what planet he lives on.
He's on a different plane of existence.
Yes.
You know, he co-founded the London Fab Lab.
Yes, yes.
So I actually, I mean, I knew that, right? But I met him through Simon Horace, who Simon introduced me to Tony.
Gotcha.
And we got chatting, and he said, "Oh, you're from South Africa? You know, I ran the whole privatization thing. I did all the financial engineering with them." It was you. He did his other claim to fame. He also did the privatization. I know there's a high level bullshit because like
Okay, he was doing the Excel spreadsheet, he was the numbers monkey.
He was a numbers monkey.
Okay.
No, he wasn't the primary.
Yeah, actually doing structure.
No.
Okay.
No, he was the spreadsheet jockey.
Okay,
Yes.
Because I met him when he was doing a whole host of innovation stuff.
Right. That was afterwards.
That was afterwards, because I had a startup myself with you guys back in 2000,
right, yeah.
Which was, we didn't even touch SMS or calling, we just focused on selling presents. Because from HLR, you know, mobile goes on now. This is back in the day when people turned mobiles off, you know. But anyway.
Which found its way into end-to-end applications. We wanted to know sort of like device cracked out.
Yes, exactly. That's it. And when did it do that? Because sometimes you can be seeing something. It's not bad today. The day after the start. Okay.
There's another also use case in the world that I solve problems. And it's good people who specialize. But we work with the same
okay.
For example, service providers.
Yep.
Oil refineries.
Yep.
Service providers bring in truckloads of equipment. Pump chemicals into the heart of an operation.
Yep.
I mean, this is kind of the world I inherited in the oil industry when I worked upstream.
Yeah.
Because, you know, except you know, taking a truck to a refinery, taking stuff from a boat or a helicopter to rig. So you normally be taking an entire shipping container full of, like, you know, basically the little data processing center, shipping container, plus a bunch of mechatronics to control.
Like the latest chapter.
Basically with winches and a cable drum to kind of drop tools downhole and you know that was Schlumberger's bread and butter. They invented wireline logging.
Yes.
Schlumberger was way advanced on the comm side.
Yeah.
They were doing what different levels IoT and end-to-end.
Well, yeah, but just wires
before, right?
And they need to use this sort of wireless stuff. It's too
well, yeah, the wireless stuff very much was in SATCOM.
Yeah.
Some of their code, actually they co-funded research projects with Hughes Network.
Oh, that was for doing all the backhaul.
For so this is with backhaul, and so the very first I'm not sure if you work much with SATCOM.
I've done a fair bit. 3B and drop big, right?
So if I say SCPC, that's the carrier per channel.
Yes.
So Schlumberger was one of the very first implementers of what became SCPC. Because back in the day, you used a transponder to actually kind of channelize things or do stuff, which today is all software defined waveforms. If you've seen any of the state-of-the-art stuff,
I mean,
crazy waveforms.
But even back in the 90s, we were looking at sort of whether we could get away with a flat dish rather than a curved dish.
So
pointing.
Phased array. So you've got the antenna part, and then you've obviously got all of your again, this is using beamforming SATCOM.
That's right. Oh yeah.
That's on the actual like side, and then you've obviously got all of your modulation and carriers that you need to deal with. And you know, in the late 1990s, you know, we all used CBSAT, right, which was point to point. Telcos were doing channelized over a
I think I should get going. Oh no, get this kicked off.
Yeah, but no, just absolutely.
Sure.
So, let's get going. Every year since 2019, we've been doing this survey, and I'm just going to share with you the results from this year. Now, of course, if you complete the survey, you get all this for free as soon as I wrap up the survey. So, for those that didn't, this year we had 168 responses versus back in 2022 we had 120, and there was some really interesting discussion, because I do try to leave an open form, so don't force just a single answer. People can add their comments, criticisms. So we're going to go through the 2023. This is just a little bit of background in terms of, we started it 2019, and that was based off just, people were like, talking about the different projects and what they liked, what they didn't like, and were asking me, well, what do other people think? So I was like, look, it's nice being a middleman, but it was an unpaid role. So it's like, okay, let's just get it all out there, and with some numbers around it rather than just my opinion, and how people feel about Asterix versus Free Switch versus Oiseau, and all the other projects. So we've done it annually, and the surveys are public, so you can see the questions we were asking, the results we do make public after about 4 or 5 months after I've completed them and released them to the people that contributed. Now, this year, our focus was around the cybersecurity regulations, on using and contributing to the RTC open source projects, representation, which it doesn't matter how big or small you are, we are underrepresented, and as I keep saying at every TAD hack, the teams that win are the most diverse teams. Okay, it's not just a line of guys, basically doing a hack. It's when you actually have somebody that can do the PowerPoint, somebody that can think from a product perspective and really explain the problem, solution, fit. And then, of course, you need the hardcore coders that can quickly hack something together and make a really great just demonstration of a bit of the solution creates the most powerful hacks. We also included questions about the enterprise desktop phone, and that actually we did get some criticism on that one, and that was good, because I think some people were saying, look, it's never going away. As long as you've got humans there, you're going to need like a room phone. There will be a need for something that somebody can pick up and answer. So that was quite interesting. And then we asked quite a few questions around CPaaS evolution and, of course, WebRTC. So I'm not going to go into depth here because we're on a Friday afternoon. It's going to be a little tiring, if I go through in depth. So I'm going to try and sort of just pick up on some of the interesting pieces of the survey. I am, for 2024, going to again focus in on the different projects, because I think it's time that we just, because I'll be frank, Asterix has been through hell and continues to go through hell. I'd like to get a temperature read on what's happening there in the community. Oiseau, had a little bit of a reorganization, a refocusing, but the community, I've seen more activity there. So again, I think it's a good time to talk around the different projects. Now, some of them are mature, RTP engine, everybody loves, and will continue. But I think around some of the bigger projects, definitely there's interest. So where are people responding from? Well, I have the results from, 21, 22, 23, and you can see it's main. That hurt. I'm going over. Now I know why everybody's been going over here. I'm pointing at this screen now. Okay, it all makes sense. I was like, why are they going away from the camera? Well, they get deaf on that side. So anyway, back in 21, definitely Europe was dominant. Then we got more sort of equity in between US, North America, and then a bit more European bias for 2022. But India keeps being number 3 place, and then it varies. Because I'll be honest with you, we've got a core of about 50, 60 people that respond every year, and then beyond that, we tend to get, it varies. It's don't ask me why it varies so much. It's just, we get popped up in one, sort of community group, and then they respond, while in another, the person doesn't bother. So it varies. Then, what regions are you customers based? Well, again, 2021, Europe dominated. Then North America edged out a little bit, and we've seen more of a focus on North America. And it's simply because in the programmable comms market, it's over 50%. So, it doesn't matter where you're based, it's where do you want to basically earn high margin revenue. And it means North America has to be part of your plans. Business categories, again, it shifts. Consultancy tends to be a significant contributor. Then what's interesting is 2022, 2023, we saw the UCAS, CCAS, CPAS got more involved. And then some years we get better telco ISP response, other years it's less. But this, you can see the general shape is similar, but the mix does vary. So you do need to take that into account when you're looking at these results. Don't take them as definitive, just take them as a general indication. And business size, again, you can see sort of shifts. So less than 10, and then this one surprised me. Sort of being in the sort of medium-sized businesses. Then 2022, again, the sort of medium-sized businesses was, that again surprised me. This year was more, it's small consultancies, smaller CPAS, I think, were driving a lot of those numbers. But we still get, as you can see, a sizable number of medium to large responses. So on to the Cyber Resilience Act, and we've got the EU one and the US version. As you can see, most people are unaware, or even in Europe are sort of aware but not exactly sure. Most of that uncertainty stems around the timeline, whether it really applies. There was, people were like, yeah, it's only if you've got basically devices on the customer's prem. And yes and no, because if you're managing devices on the customer's prem, the Cyber Resilience Act could impact you as well. So again, the communication hasn't been great. Generally, people are assuming that doesn't necessarily apply to me, but a lot of uncertainty. You can see, I'm not sure. It's going to be little or no impact. It sort of reminds me a little bit with some of the privacy regulations before they became law. It was like, well, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Then, oh shit, it's law. Damn. Okay. But then what was interesting is, shall we say, enacting the regulations. It wasn't, unless you were a big, headline-grabbing organization, most of the industry was sort of, yeah, okay, just don't be naughty next year. So I think people are sort of anticipating a soft implementation. So they'll see some warning signs about their need to be in compliance. And of course it varies country to country, because I know some countries have a far harder time than others. And what I asked, and I thought this was interesting, We were asking your expectations. As you can see here, delay or revision were considered the most likely scenario. And also, it was interesting, some pointed to open source being part of the problem as well as a likely solution. So, having sort of build of materials automation. So we have seen some movement over this year around those initiatives. And then this is the fun one. I know it's very detailed, but we're asking around the different projects, whether you can, how many people use that project, that's blue. Do you contribute documents, contribute code, contribute cash? So as you'd imagine, Asterisk, Elio, Open6, Homer, FreeSwitch, lots of activity there. RTP engine, I mean, it's a love project, but it's relatively mature. This I thought was really good. So is he gone? Dave's gone. Yeah. Oh well. Yeah. But you can see, quite significant activity there. That surprised me. I think again, it's partially self-selected because of the categories I focus on. When I'm running the survey, I think that sort of self-selects a little bit. Janus, as you can see, lots of activity there. Jitsi, well, yeah, they've got bigger company behind them. And of course, you've got Jitsi Meet there. Then the list goes on and on. Well, so this is the one that I thought was quite interesting because they did have a dip maybe 2 years, 3 years ago in terms of people using the project. There seems to be a lot more activity driving that. And again, a lot of these are, well understood, mature projects. Oh, that's relatively new, but again, it's just, go for it.
What's the number represent?
That's the number of people. So 81 people use Asterisk out of, I can't remember, 100 and something other people who answer the question. So about half, less than, people are using Asterisk, and then that's 10 people said they were contributing cash, 11 contributing code, 9 contributing docs, which contributing code surprised me for Asterisk, because they're not the most welcoming for adding to their code base. Well, others have a far stronger history in taking contributions from their community. We did ask some questions around representation, and these 4 I put here actually came from a group of women within an organisation. So I'd sort of ping because I'll be honest, when I run TADHack Open in March, we try to get equity between male-female representation. The way you do that is you focus not on letting the guys know, but you specifically have to target groups focused on female involvement in technology, and get them involved, getting their communities aware of what we're doing. So I did that with ensuring we got answers here. So this is from women only. Misguided attitudes must be stopped by the leadership. Project must mentor. So for example, and this was from South Africa, partner with Girl Code. So Girl Code focuses on, not exclusively, nothing's exclusive here. You can be part of Girl Code if you want, anybody can, but it focuses on female representation. Projects tend to be self-selecting, so they select people that are like the people in the project currently. And of course, that means, tending to be male and be genuine. This isn't a PR attempt. This needs to be a sustained, long-term commitment to female representation. And of course, the dominant one was big open source companies need to make this a strategic objective. So the Red Hats, etc., that make billions on using open source, they need to have initiatives to pump the funnel. The small organizations is hard. You're just dealing with putting food on the table rather than trying to improve representation. But I've seen firsthand the impact of STEM collaboration. Again, we have a big financial fintech company in my hometown, and they do what's called fintech techies, fin future techies. So it's a fintech company that just invites people in for a 3-month program, all technology, programming, using a whole host of interesting, and it's middle school, so it's like that 12, 13, 14-year-olds, and showing, there really are female engineers that work for fintech companies, just seeing the existence of that, but helping them in using the different technologies, understanding the different roles that exist within technology industries. So, I just, to highlight, it's small steps. The big guys have to focus. I know, Maria, you're unusual. I think we have 2 women in the audience. Yes. That's normal. It's like high tech and then telecoms high tech. You really are, it's getting pretty, and then, not in a big, corporations, but small companies, it's like, how can we make the selection criteria for women so difficult? And then looking at what would be needed, because some, we're too small, we don't have the time, we're just trying to survive here. I agree with the principles, but basic food, shelter comes first. This one, I was surprised so many people, basic, it's free-form input, but what they were saying is, it's difficult, we try, but it's difficult. In different forms they said that, but I think we've got to recognise that it does need leadership, it needs to come from the larger organisations, but we all can do our piece. Right, onto the desktop phone. So when you're building open source platform, is support of desk phones relevant? Majority is yes. And then in your opinion, what are the reasons why? And install base, form factor, use cases, the shared phone. And that is important. I mean, for example, a lot of fast food chains, they had one phone and it's at the front there. So in restaurants, they'll have a phone at the front, that phone represents the restaurant. And it's a shared phone. Basically, if you're a server, if you're busing, doesn't matter. If the phone's ringing and it's not being answered, you pick it up and you answer it. It's as simple as that. So shared phone will remain a important tool. And let's face it, it's been designed over 100 years now to basically be an easy thing to use. It requires no skill, and it works with this organic matter called humans that is the user of it. Now we asked about, will it disappear? Now this got negative reaction. It's like, that's a biased question, So you can see, generally people think no, and we got a lot of advice on how to frame it. We did ask about how many desktop phones you're managing. So as you can see, big range in terms of how many phones are being managed by the different people answering. So it's good representation, but the advice we got is, guys, stop asking about when it's going to disappear and ask about when it's going to become, as a percentage, when it dips below, say, 20% of employees. But, there are contingent of people who do think, yes, it's going to disappear. So the consensus of everybody was by 2040 was when peak disappearance. But I think the general conclusion, is, guys, for shared phone applications, it's not going to go away anytime soon. And different people have different preferences. Then we asked, because it is the fashion, but it does work, what are your models are you playing with? So of course, ChatGPT, but everybody's playing around here with the open source models, because the point that was raised is the costs and the resources required when you're doing something that's large and heavyweight, but these are moving fast. And there was a Google paper I published, and I didn't publish, I linked to with this survey where Google was basically saying, guys, open source is going to beat us. We've got there's ChatGPT. We have the edge at the moment, but we're big and we've got to build businesses around this. And all these small projects that are lowering the cost of operating a LLM and making it so you can run it on a desktop. You're not having to basically burn oil in the data center. So they see it as those projects are really where the industry will move to. And that's also back to the political issue I raised earlier. Why we're seeing billionaires go, oh, it's dangerous. End of the human race. It's software. We had the millennium bug. Basically the clock sent from 1999 to 2000. Everything's going to stop. Airplanes are going to fall out of the sky. Didn't happen. And Rob was very clear. It's spanner control. Just don't be stupid in giving your LLM the basically access to your bank account. Shit's going to happen. Spanner control. So they're saying, of course, regulation so that they can basically make it difficult for the small guys, for open source, to innovate, to do cool stuff, to basically change the rules so that they can own the tech and sit there fat and happy. And we got a lot of work we did looking at voice, messaging, identity, CPaaS. So this one was looking at commercial voice CPaaS versus open source CPaaS. And I do put the average in, so it's 2.9. So it's because strongly disagree. We had quite a few people going, no, open source is better. So that helped sort of bias it down. But you can see that the market is sort of split there. And then open source voice CPaaS beats commercial because I control my roadmap. So definitely you can see there's a push there. And everybody has mentioned that through the different presentations. Then we've got, I can customize in hours and days rather than months and years. History of VOS always outcompetes commercial software. Solaris versus Linux. I use Solaris, what a pain. I only need to, and this is a very important point. When you're buying your Oracle package, they basically throw in everything in the kitchen sink. I just remember, with the Oracle Oracle Communications Application Server, and just standing that up on AWS, it was just like days of effort. While a lot of the open source projects were, well, here it is, download it, oh, it's running on my laptop, and you're done. It was just a completely different experience. Then also, SaaS enables you to, and you saw that when Dave was talking about it, and also Rob, it enables you to just sign up for like really simple, easy services and just get shit up and running. You can use whatever speech to text or speech to text engine you prefer. Then, patents are no longer an issue. Well, they remain an issue to the lawyers in large corporations, but for most businesses today, this is a tertiary concern. Again, poor old Dialogic, they had their day, they're surviving, but it's basically in that legacy niche space. Also, when you're buying basically commercial, focuses on highly bundled complex solutions, while a lot of cases, and in fact that's a good point that Dave made during his keynote, is one of the reasons why some of the CX AI companies, so he mentioned Cognigy, the reason they're using him is it's so lightweight to get a voice gateway. They're not using all the features, all the capabilities he's got on his project, they're just enabling them to put a voice gateway on the front. And also scale. That's it always seems to be, you know, somebody who's never used open source keeps worrying about it doesn't scale, you know. And then just quick, I don't want to spend too long actually, I should keep this down. Yeah, voice is getting a lot more commoditized, it's hidden away in software, and yes and no, this is market dependent. You know, this old boys club of telco voice has been democratized. I still, you know, depending on the market, see there being, well, you saw in all the ratings of your phone numbers, there's these entities that are rating your number based on a whole host of strange, weird, indecipherable, unstated methods. And all of a sudden you can find, you know, calls aren't being answered at the same rate it was the week before or the month before. And you've got to then dig in, and you know, there was a post by, FCC contribution from the CEO of Numerical, and she was laying flat the con that was happening with these rating improvement engines, remediation engines, that will protect the rating, you know, the reputation on your numbers. We just need 40,000 a month, okay? It's something that shouldn't exist. And then what's going to happen between free open source software and commercial voice, market splits between big brands and free and open source software. I think that's quite right, because what you'll get are the telcos, large enterprises, going to play it safe, while everybody else just can't afford to pay those ridiculous prices, and we use solutions based on free and open source software. It's like we see in the enterprise. It's a slow march for the enterprises to realize that they've been overpaying IBM. It happens at a point, well, they're still overpaying for Oracle, let's face it. So with large enterprises, there's still, some of them are trapped in there. On messaging, I'll just skip over this, but this was basically one of the things I thought was quite interesting on the messaging CPaaS. I'm just trying to get to it. No, that's not the one. Yeah, so this is really sort of what I thought was nice, was reinforcing a lot of the points that we'd raised before. Yeah, so this is just, yes, here we go. So what's going to happen over the next 3 years? So commoditization, consolidation, and race to zero economics. I hope it's always fun when you do these surveys, because it's at the start, you know, earlier on in the year, and then when you look at where we are at the end of the year, you realise, ooh, you know, like here you've got people already putting down that carriers will take a windfall tax on A2P SMS, and we've seen that in a number of markets, not just in North America, but in Asia and the Middle East. And then we went on to IP messaging. For the sake of time, I'm just going to skip over. You know, I'd say again, it market dependent. So, but generally, you know, if we're in China, if we're in Japan, in the Middle East, you know, it's WhatsApp, Line, WeChat. That has become, for a lot of brands, the dominant communication mechanism with their customers. Again, just general, where's it going to go? And just increasing fragmentation, because we've all got our preferred platforms. You know, some people, you know, might prefer Signal as their platform. That's their choice, and you know, and it is popular in some markets. You know, for example, I don't know whether you see Signal a lot in the Middle East, but you know, I'm just trying to think. For some of the people, I mean, WhatsApp, of course, dominant, but there's a segment, especially if they're in crypto, that I've used Signal with. So I think it's segment by segment. But again, fragmentation, you know, strong demand in Europe and South America. So particularly, for example, Amit from Telecoms Exchange. For him, this is a significant shift he's seen in the market. I mean, he's with Telem, you know, out in Asia. He also does a fair bit throughout the Middle East, and he's seeing a strong march towards IP messaging. I mean, SMS is still there because he does the wholesale piece, but for quite a few CPaaS, or I should say, programmable comms companies, I know in the region, for them, it's almost, they'll use the words legacy SMS because they see it as a slow growth, not necessarily no growth, but a very slow growth piece of the market. Fraud and identity, we heard from Guillaume today. It's complex and it's all about the customer's needs. And you saw how he divides it up, very much focused in the customer journey from sign up to sign on. So it's very web-centric, SaaS-centric for that segment, okay? But there are a lot of companies in this space solving it in a number of ways. If you're in, if you're in banking, you've already got ratings companies that you're using, and they have a whole range of solutions where they aggregate a whole range of data. Again, operators go, well, we have the device. Well, that device is connected IP most of the time. So having just knowledge of the IP addresses and the device IDs from an IP side can be far cheaper and just as effective. So when we're looking at this, telco does not have that significant a moat around its market. And then what's going to happen? Market's going to remain turbulent, going to remain fragmented. So this, well, you can see, passkeys are just so easy. I mean, I don't know if, well, raise your hands. How many people use passkeys as their dominant way of entering passwords? Because it's just so easy. It's on your phone, on your laptop. You're going to sign on. Can we use your username, password? You do the biometric, and that's it. And I don't have to remember, and it's what I like is on the operating system, you click username, password, and it would automatically offer it. I always felt that was a little, So I just I click on it. You just want us to fill it in for you. Yes, it's me. So it's exactly as Dan said. It's not 2FA. It's just a better password. It's as simple as that. It's still using your password, but there's just a step before you get there. And then dashboards. Again, this is for Twilio. This is how they differentiate, how they lock in their customers. It's just a great dashboard because you're running your business on there. And all the data that they expose, all the insights they expose, really do lock in customers. And then we asked a whole host of questions around all the other bits. How we deal with omni-channel management, customer data management, conferencing collaboration, channel partner management, developer tools, IoT. And it was great just seeing all the open source projects that are there. However, there were no suggestions for how you deal with regulatory compliance. So there's still some services business left there. Then we went on to WebRTC. So what do you consider to be the biggest challenge when implementing a WebRTC-based app? No surprise, no surprise, no surprise. And the rest, I think it's, oh, this was fun, yeah. This was, people get into these habits of using Zoom or Teams. I would say that I have to work with, I hate having to say this, I have to work with Microsoft-focused organizations. And they use Teams. The most god-awful, hateful to anybody outside of the organization collaboration tool you could possibly use. But what I've noticed is rather than, we use it, but Zoom is so much easier for everybody. Yeah, I know, but IT. They are now rebelling, people in those Microsoft organizations, because Microsoft's gone through a whole host of downsizing. The support, especially in Asia, for Teams, people are going, this is now demonstrably crap, and I'd really like to get off it. So it's been nice, people are now finally accepting and happy to take a Zoom call rather than forcing me onto Teams. So the market is changing. We then asked, how likely you are to upgrade? So from extremely to extremely likely. So you can see there's a lot of focus on upgrading to WebRTC, and then this one I was a little surprised by in terms of what's the largest video call, and largest was 26 to 100. I don't know how many people are on, within a year. How many video calls, or is anybody on a video call that has 26 to 100 participants? No, this was video call. I know, yeah, because I think this was where it got into webinar maybe, but we positively said it's a video call. So, but
I've been on video calls with about 50 people.
Okay.
It's the exception rather than the rule.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
And they're horrible.
Yes.
They're awful.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
And then which open source media server do you use in the past year? So Janus, Jitsi, yeah, whatever. And of course, free switch asterisk. I mean, that gets lumped in there simply because, they have the capabilities there. Our lower level APIs of interest, web codecs, web transpose, that offers more control, split market. So there's no sort of clear market, drive there. And do you have more or less or the same amount of real-time video and audio interactions as you had in the last year? And again, a mixed answer. I mean, it was like 50% were more, same, and a little bit less. Because, we've come out of the pandemic. So it shows that even though the pandemic's over, which we already see, because people are working, from home on Mondays and Fridays quite often, and also, teams are distributed. So as a result, the use of video remains, although there are some organizations I work with, because I just leave the video on, because it's like you're having a video conference and it's a team you don't work with very regularly. You want to see each other, because you just want the human element. But some of them it's just like blank. No video enabled, it's just an audio tool. So it is funny the culture you see around how people use video. And I'll be sharing all this on the blog. And then, do you currently use any AI ML services? And it tends to be sort of audio transcription, background blur. I don't understand why people rave about background blur, because it's like you now have a halo where your ears disappear and then come back in again, and maybe when it gets better. This one I think can be quite handy, especially when you've got screaming kids. And then over the next 2 years, do you expect to implement? And then here it gets a lot richer. So you can see people are doing like some of the obvious stuff, to keep up with the Joneses, but then keyword detection, summary note taking, again, background noise, just to improve the quality. So a lot of these. Now, video object detection, it's quite interesting. There's a lot of corporate applications where video is like, quite a lot of the asterisk resellers have added video because it's a simple security piece they can add on top. You place some cameras, because it's a managed service, enterprises are paying more, and having human detection in there, it's a very easy thing. And it's because of the work of Ring and a host of companies in this space, the algorithms are pretty sophisticated. So then if you've got somebody like in the 5G lab, they have a camera running in there, and they're detecting what are the objects that are coming in. So again, interesting just to see how people are planning there. And do you use any assistants or bots? So already do, and this would surprise me. Not currently, no expectation, not currently, but expect to add. So I think it's like we're on the move towards it, but it generally, it's an experiment. So note-taking, concierge, call management services, meeting assistants. That's where they're looking to use the voice assistants for. But this one really did surprise me that only 15% already do. But you can see the market is moving forward now. So just quickly, just to recap. So we had 186 responses, 168. It's the end of the day. You know, for this year, we had more European-based companies. 58% respondents had no awareness of the EU CRA regulations. The most colourful slide, also the most inspiring slide, is which projects do you use and how do you contribute. So that's going to be a focus for next year's survey, so looking down in each of the projects. So let me know what you want to learn about those projects, and I'll add those questions in, because again, all these questions get driven by people saying, Alan, could you ask something on this? So I mean, some of it's my ideas, but you know, I'd say it's mostly sort of respondent-led. On representation, these are the 4 that came from a group of women, and you know, I put them there because you know they apply across the board. But then when you look more broadly, you can see people that say, come on, we really need the big guys that are working on open source to really take the lead here to help us out in priming the pump. But there's things that we can do across the board. You know, I mean, you know, TADHack is just a singleton, it's just me, but with TADHack Open in March, I do make a point of emphasizing working with groups that empower female tech to get involved and promote the work they do. And this March, we actually, which was the first for TADHack, we had 50-50 representation between men and women, which, you know, it's programmable communications. So it's like telecoms related and it's tech. And we were able to, it did take a bit of arm twisting, I'll be honest with you, but it was nice to show it can be, achieved. Desktop phone isn't going to disappear. Don't say that, it annoys too many people. Rather, let's identify a percentage where we think that, like whether it's 20%, whether it's 10% of desktop phones with versus employees. And nearly at the end there. Voice CPaaS, we're evolving to free and open source. It works. Do you need to be a geeky organization? But I would say we've got over the bump where Twilio is seen as the answer. There's now migration map, so that's one of the nice things that Jambones enables, and we are seeing more and more organizations getting off some of the closed platforms. SMS CPaaS, I think it's a great review of the current status of the market. People seem a little down on the CPaaS SMS market, so that was interesting because that was earlier this year, and those that sort of looking down on it has definitely come through. I think IP messaging is considered greater competition than in the past, and some markets are making the move faster than others. Covered that, and then fraud. It's complex. It's as simple as that. I think passkeys has to be part. Remember when Guillaume was talking about how you need this sort of blended solution for your different customers across sign up and sign in, across that sort of journey. You cannot not have passkeys in there. And then I really like that. What are some of the open source projects for delivering a complete UCaaS, CPaaS solution? So you really can almost go soup to nuts on using open source. And then with WebRTC, browser compatibility, permission prompts still suck. I think we can all agree there. Respondents are evenly split on whether they'll upgrade their telephony infrastructure to WebRTC within the next 2 years, but that's still good. I mean, that's a significant number of customers making the move. So again, there's a lot of opportunity in WebRTC. On open source media servers, we've got, of course, FreeSwitch, Asterisk, and Jitsi are sort of all considered neck and neck with, unfortunately, Janus a little bit further back. But for the size of the project, you're doing really well. Common use case of AI, ML in WebRTC, audio transcription, background blur replacement, background noise reduction, keyword detection, and summaries note taking. The ones that generate the actions always scare me because it's like you'll get the summary and it's like 20 actions have been created. It's like, I didn't realize any actions had been created, but it's just the way it works. Anyway, and with voice bots, most people are experimenting. So that's it. Let me know what within the open source telecom software, if there's any questions you want asked around the specific projects, whether there's specific questions you want asked, and I'll get them included in next year's survey. All right, so that's it. And in this slide deck, it's got more information than you'd ever want. But I will get this published so that you can download it when I get the TADSummit summaries complete. So that's it. We're done. Thank you. Yes, we'll take a picture. Thank you for staying on to the bitter end. What I would ask is if everybody, after you've done your round of applause, move down here so we can get a couple of group photos, okay? Thank you so much. So just come down here and Callian will take.
Somewhere we need the banner.
Oh, yes. I remember we were able to put it up on there. Let me put it to one side. So we'll just, I'll just go over to one side. Yeah. Have this on the side here. You can also do what you could do is a panorama as well.
You're getting empty chairs. Good?
Oh, you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Or no?
Yeah, just let's take some of the chairs out because.
Perfect location, but we'll take
that's the maximum.
because of the brightness.
Oh yes.
In the back end.
We just moved the chairs. Now move the sun. How we move outside?
Outside?
Outside, yes,
let me
we can
take,
go outside.
and then we'll take the outside also.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Maybe I have to take a panorama.
Yeah, that'll be easiest.
Let's just bundle together. We can sit down.
Easier.
Yeah.
Come on! You can do it. Volunteers can sit down.
Sit down, don't know if I'm getting back up.
I know, that was like, okay, this is ages, you know? It'll be once and down, I don't know whether it'll get back up again.
Yes, this is better than earlier. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Okay,
What I'm
swap.
missing?
Did you take a couple?
Yeah, but sit down again. I'll put you up later.
Yes, okay, gang signs, come on guys. No, that's what you call a gang sign, that's pathetic, come on, okay. Here we go. There's about 10, 12.
That's fine.
Right, not to brag, but I made it up again on my own.
Yeah. There you go, and thank you so much for all your support. Absolutely. Hey,
Sandy, it's good to finally meet you face to face.
Yes, it really was. I'm sorry, I took your yeah, but I took, exactly. We just bumped into each other. Sure, I asked her a question during yesterday's panel that she was sitting on. No, it's just like, okay, it's the first thing.
You can ask innocent questions.
Cool. So, I'm going to check the rank camp.
Don't expect anything.
That's right. No, but I saw something which synthwave, but I'm not quite sure. What's the... Oh yeah,
Just two of you.
Cover, right? Thing we're talking the 80 stuff, very synthwave inspired.
Yeah, the goal was very much, I think I used one of those generators that I could just write my name on it.
Yeah, with the kind of like purple and pink and fluorescent colors.
Those are all rank generators by
Right, okay, so you kind of more rock, kind of like...
I'm basically
safe travels.
My bank account link as well.
I'm hoping that Bangkok will survive for a little while.
Yeah, it should. I do notice, man. I'm worried.
Don't forget the sandwiches.
Stuff
Sandwiches, right? Don't forget to take. Morel, you have kids here. Take sandwiches.
Very pleasure to meet you.
It's all
yeah, no, I have no idea. It's a new thing. I don't know. Seismic shifts happening.
Hey, good to see you again. No, it was excellent. It was fun.
But it's very
As always, fun one?
yeah.
People kind of it's just adapt and survive. Everybody says,
don't want to. Me, I thought I did.
Thanks for everything, as always.
But then I realized.
Yeah.
Happy to.
Thanks for your question. I wanted to ask you in return before.
What do you all do in business? And you start signing up for
So he's more
when you write music,
you have a company that you two have there will be somebody who does the processing, but they usually need the simple telephone. So he brings the telephone part.
Oh shit.
Speech call.
Damn.
I'm providing the speech transcription. You know what they were saying, CPAS now they can put 2 years. So he can manage I'm one of the before.
That was all falling away. Now there was so much
Oh, did you do it on TADSummit? Shit.
Exactly. Yeah, so we should do that. But yeah, so there's another version that you get to I mean,
Yeah, sorry, I was just dealing with somebody put it, had all these resources and then they put it in completely the wrong spot. I'm like,
Will you going back tonight, tomorrow?
No, we have Sunday.
Till Sunday, okay. So we can do something tonight if you want to, unless you have other plans already.
oh, family.
We got the family with us.
Ah, you brought family, but the family can come as well?
Depends, kids stuff, I don't know. I mean,
Okay.
it would be lovely too.
Look,
Yes.
they are now under control of the law.
Exactly.
So there will be something where the kids can go without causing a scene, and everybody can go home without shouting. You don't invite strangers to those sort of things.
Actually, good. I've been there, so.
No, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, it was awesome. It was a great meeting.
Great,
Bye, Dan.
everything.
Thank you
Yeah,
so much.
looking at the slide, I just realized I did a small mistake. You told me about this survey, and I forgot to broadcast.
Hence the results.
Yeah.
Don't worry. As I said, just take
next year.
Yeah, exactly. Just take it as a general indication. That's all. Again, it varies in terms of the countries. It varies in terms of. I mean, it's always Europe, North America, because that's where the majority is.
I would say, yeah, more or less we are around there, so wouldn't change that much.
It's just who gets noticed. Who knows. Because everybody's busy.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of variations in terms of what channels people forget about it.
Exactly. And then they say, just look how good we are. Cool. Again, thank you so much, guys.
It was nice. Thank you for having us.
And I'm glad the families are able to spend some time with us.
They are only for like 5 hours in Google and they are not getting out. I have to go and
That's great. That's great. It shows they're enjoying themselves. Well, the queue to what to some of the pictures are quite long, so you can spend a lot of time in the Louvre just queuing to see some of the pictures. Oh, cool. Okay, well that's great.
I hope I don't have to wait.
Well, later in the afternoon, yeah, you'll be fine. Anyway, guys, safe travels back home, and I'll get all this published. It'll take a little bit of time. It should be by the end of this next week. All right, take care.
Thank you.
Oh. That's TADSummit. Oh, yeah, not hackathon. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Yeah, just let me finish sending this because somebody's going to make a change across all locations. And front page. Oh, fucking hell. It's never easy. Too many time zones.
Thanks.
Hey, no. Thanks so much
for coming. It was a great event. Thank you. I'm glad it was a prize and we got some people.
No, it was a really nice mix.
Yeah. And who was? I think it was Border. It's amazing the quality.
Well, we say it explicitly.
I feel always the imposter complex. Like, why am I here?
But it was great when Stuart Mitchell from Cinch was presenting about RCS. Yeah, I was there at the beginning. It's got some other software in it.
I learned that in 2009, 15 years ago.
I know.
But now you have a reduced version of what you did.
Yes, with a proprietary API. It's not standard. It's not MAP, even though it claims it is. And you're wholly dependent on Google and what it decides to do with it. You just basically go, oh fuck it. Never really happens. So Google wants to do this, why not?
Yeah, but I'm surprised the operators are all the, like in France, I thought they would not accept it. But
Google owns them. Yeah, I mean, Google owns them now. You know, the majority of the phones are Android phones. The majority of the customers are using Google Messages. They have, you know, the power is in the device.
At the end, what's the difference between RCS today and iMessage? When it's a fully proprietary messaging owned by one of the device manufacturers.
Yeah.
What's the connection with the carrier anymore?
Not really.
There's some
So,
process.
exactly. And it's all like this. You don't need a carrier really. I mean, it's, and you can see if Google's already hosting it, then it doesn't necessarily need to even go to the carrier. It can just go well. So basically, the server front end that they have in the other countries getting merged. So, and the same you can see what happened for a number of other services. So it's just, you know, Google just owns what, and of course, it's not altruistic. It's doing it so it can get access to our data, and the advertiser's message will be delivered because Google's business model is advertising. Simple as that. Oh wow.
Well, you're into net, so you're not really into synthesizing.
So I got those tickets, but then it turned out
freeboard is so I missed my
that's
a bilingual canton in some place.
I want to start 45 minutes driving. I've done it sometimes 3 hours.
And there is a place called Smith Reservoir in Visa. It's one of the largest synthesizer collections in the world. And it's absolutely insane. No, they're playroom, right? So they've got a playroom. Yes, please do. As part of the admission fees, that's how he remembers. That's how he remembers. I think if he sent his test and brings it up, that he will record like symbolic sounds using the vintage gear. And the playroom there is really good. I think it's a lot. Yeah, well, exactly there. I mean, I know the guy who founded it, right? Oh, John Duggan's contact your guy too. He had a small role on Star Wars movies. It's actually, he's well known if you are into certain things, right? And of course, if you know.
Small hands. Oui.
Yeah.
Merci à toi aussi. Prochaine, il n'y a que de bon. J'en profite.
Yeah, so as I say, we TADSummit is from actually kind of know a little bit of this Swiss scene. This guy's like a really well-known dude, right? And he used to run a synthesizer store.
I cannot have a lot of caramel sweets like this.
And then he started buying our stuff. Fairlight was the very first like computer some very famous music in the 80s was produced using say like CMI is
There you go. It was great to find out. For real? No,
right, yeah. So we were playing on a real we were fiddling with a real mellotron at TADSummit, right? So the guy actually had a mellotron kind of like the same almost digital where the Fairlight.
And then we were starting to recover and then
Yes, exactly.
Nice to meet you,
All right.
See you around next time.
Yeah,
Good to see you again.
We'll definitely catch you on the circuit somewhere. Sure. Safe travels. Thank you. Yeah, so interesting.
Microsoft. Natural, basically.
DistroKid. So I've been using what was called WeTouchThe Network, which was bought by SoundCloud. It's now called SoundCloud for Artists. So if you have a pro, yeah, it has its own distributor, it has its own distribution thing.
Exactly.
And the only reason I ended up getting that was because I have a pro membership of SoundCloud, and it's included in the subscription, so it's free, right? So you don't pay like a subscription to distribute. Yeah, it was like €99 a year. Correct.
There's a problem that once you remove the account, plumbing, you have to do, so you need to, you will need to basically purchase the one
No, but this is where a lot of kind of like when you self-release like music, right? There's a French word called auto-production, right? So auto-production, so you run your own label in inverted commas. You're a solo musician, you're a project, you're the composer, the songwriter, the performer, the publisher, the producer, and effectively you own the master rights. So you've got all these different roles. And if you don't know about the music industry, it's like really difficult to realize actually there are these different roles. And in the old days, these were performed by different people, different companies. Exactly, tied up with physical distribution of recorded material. There was vinyl records, cassette tapes, CDs. Okay. And DistroKid, I mean, as much as I admire DistroKid, there's other like kind of things. I mean, they've got a bit of an incestuous relationship with Spotify and DistroKid. Yes. So they've got some kind of special because the APIs, right, with Spotify, etc. If you want to be an aggregator doing online distribution, like DistroKid. I mean, there's some similar in a way about Spotify or Apple for iTunes and Apple Music, right? You'll be able to get approval to actually use the API.
Because you don't do any back-end messaging. That's when I do.
Correct, that's why there's very few.
No longer an advisor.
But a new player on the market is called Lander. Have you ever heard of this? Lander? L-A-N-D-R.
But
Lander,
no bullshit.
I was after being an advisor, so he's doing some AI-assisted mastering service. So you basically take your recording, your master, you have studio recording, and then you want to master it for distribution. So basically you load up raw
but that's because
stereo mix, and then basically run it through their mastering algorithms to achieve the service. Again,
yeah. Also optimize it. You mentioned vinyls, for instance. I read that for vinyls you need to avoid certain not little jumps, so they probably handle all of that for you automatically.
Correct. So you've obviously got different mastering profiles. It's the same with doing mastering on cassette tape as well. So even if you ever do stuff with cassette,
I mean, I really just publishing on digital.
Okay. So you haven't done any analog media, right, or any recording onto tape. My studio.
Okay, but all the aggregators do that.
Building his career as a musician, that's what he really wants to do.
Well, agent. So if you've got like an agent, then they have like the whole like insert thing. So
That's what he wants to do. That's the beeline, exactly. Now, yeah, so what we like doing, and I'm glad it's rubbed off on me, it's like we like doing hybrid analog and digital.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I'll record off my door, right, off Ableton onto quarter-inch reel-to-reel tape.
Gotcha.
At my kind of quarter-inch reel-to-reel machine. You know the you know what I mean. It's like not a cassette deck. It's like a real, real tape. So yeah, one of those big things, right? So I record onto that, and that gives some analog warmth, and then play that back in and bring that into SoundForge. So I still use SoundForge for my mastering. So I'll actually master my mixes. That allows me to obviously deal with LUFs and all the, if you're familiar with LUFs, right? It's a unit of loudness, right?
Okay,
Yeah. It's really interesting because some of the stuff that you were touching on regarding, WebRTC, to come back to let's just close the loop on like your core expertise. Right? What is really interesting is when you start bringing this into the music industry, right? For doing things like very high quality audio for stream and for mastering purposes. Being able to also stem mastering. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So stem. Yeah. So I mean, I'm still trying to get my head around because I used to think about things in terms of tracks. Right? It's not a lot of back when I was a kid. We didn't have digital things to record onto. So we recorded onto 4-track cassette tape. Right?
Okay. So it is
sold tracks. But it's still not every track.
Where you're writing on the back.
Serialized version of a track that brings along all the songs that you applied. So you end up with an audio track that has everything that you applied.
Exactly. So it's kind of like a package, if you like, right, of the actual raw recording onto the track. We're working on a door, right? Like Ableton. Sometimes that would that audio that comes from a plug into a virtual instrument. Generating tones from plugin. So I don't actually have an audio recorder that frees the track, and I kind of like render that track, and then you can kind of render the stem. So the whole thing is sort of, can you edit the stem or can you not edit the stem? It's just kind of a question. But for me, I don't know why the word stem is kind of contemplated, because normally it could be a
content center as an integrator.
If you think about vocal,
it's almost like some images.
Sometimes it has 3 or 4 tracks. That's what it
Exactly.
Exactly.
Not sure how
So that would create a vocal stem.
Yeah, the real estate is
so once it's serialized the stem, then once you get it, you can
tracking a lot of skills,
change some
but at
things
the same time the real estate is not ready.
unless you go back to the
Now coming back to WebRTC and your kind of thing, your talk as well, which is really cool. With
that's why I mean, like, let's not go there. Let's go somewhere else.
I actually because it's also like a talk about generic notes about how WebRTC can help musicians just in general because pandemic you need to pay musicians to remain on concerts. I came out with a few use cases for
Hamburg especially, I think it gives you everything you can find in a bigger city, but it's that and value, the prices are
playing live
the
instruments,
rents are still
playing virtual
okay,
instruments.
because Munich is Munich and Stuttgart are so expensive.
So,
Berlin, not so much, but then you
for some for a company that have a group or the one with Metallica was actually a US company that used channels for that. We didn't have them. I was just use channels
but it's probably more fintech or all having offices in buildings.
The other one,
I think now it's the time for startups as well.
company that was out there for
Yes.
The only problem with the purchase is especially with very high.
But it's nice, I like Munich in general. It doesn't give you like a big city vibe, it's like, it's a village, it's a more very big village.
I think that per channel exactly that you can get up to 500.
That makes a lot of sense. That's
Super crazy.
Like
people lining up.
The reason is so far for the music, you know, that it is
6 a.m.
on their marketplace, then they actually take a cut on you, which is a competitor, you know, so no matter what, they win one way or another.
The lineup for something they're gonna start to enjoy after 4 p.m. That's crazy.
But for like concerts, especially with the Lucy Oversea where you can do, for instance, a 5+1 channel, especially all the open act with basically no GG container together, 5.1, which is that you aggregate in the same package 3 different stereo streams and you match the channels.
That's how it kind of was hacked to provide surround sound, right? So basically, all you do is you just kind of group them together like stereo pairs, right? So
yeah, because almost itself only supports stereo. Yeah, and so you take advantage of the OGG as a container to group more of these stereo pairs, and then you map them. So you say the first 5 of these channels are the 5, and then the 1 is the second.
Understood. I take it that that 6-channel or like 3 stereo pair is actually could actually.
Yeah, in principle you can do anything already, but the practice that it's really a standard and it is a hidden feature of Chrome. So for instance, we have a demo on some page where you can basically set up, because basically you have line approach and you ask Chrome to take a session and then you modify the STP to remove opus and manually put in opus.
Oh, I see.
Because it's something that Chrome knows it exists, but it will never get out of the box. So it's up to you to replace that and put it back in, and so it will.
So it is a bit flash.
Yeah, exactly. Very much so. We tested 5.1 because we use the static. I mean, use the static file that we would stream and then we put the 5.1. But I think you could get up to. I don't know, I think 7.1 or something like that. It really depends on the kind of mapping that you extract.
See what this is really interesting. Of course, that's the big challenge that you have trying to do some of this. So latency transmission delay adjustment. Again, it's not correct to really talk about latency. Okay, we're not talking about time trip. We're really talking about transmission.
Well, we'll be into the story.
I think it's well understood and well.
I gave you the intro story.
Broadcast.
I know
because you know when I'm watching live TV show or broadcast. When I'm experiencing it, when it hits my screen, it's already delayed by maybe 30 seconds compared to the actual source capture in the studio or in the outdoor broadcast.
Yeah, because that's how they need it to make sure that the playback is
Really outrageous back in the days. Broadcast before we went to digital TV standards. Using MPEG and transport for DVD. Before that, everything was synchronous, right? So you had to do some very interesting sort of analog buffering or analog timing compensation. The sync frames, right? On the analog. I don't know if you've ever worked with the analog sort of broadcast.
some time ago, mostly because there was a company that was interested in doing some sort of a game bridging between those kind of time codes that exist with a specific technology and ensuring that those same time codes would be somehow preserved in WebRTC.
Yes.
And that's kind of tricky because WebRTC is a completely different way of ensuring synchronization because you have separate RTP streams, and for each RTP stream you have an RTP session that provides some time synchronization information. And what you do is, if you want to do what these ones do and these ones synchronize, you basically decide them together and that's the game of the map being between the entity timestamp and the origin timestamp. So on the client side, no matter when you receive something, you have to drive to it. But it is all relative to how the living started to enforce when you're doing a game where you enforce, so it's a bit more complicated. I mean, audio video synchronization is a thing that has to be
Yes. No, absolutely. What's the next?
They were retro. Just like mixing. Because it was all like
if you consider a
dominance thing from
live performance concert.
The little brother
It's not for kids. You know that I can use it's going to roll around, right?
It's all the way around. Go further, there are the football
so that was
games and then
no, you mentioned if you had a sort of multi-location kind of like concert, but you actually wanted to mix everything down into one mix, right? So performers are performing, and again, this raises a whole bunch of interesting synchronization challenges.
But this is partly related to the demo that Romain talked about, the gem section also
Yes.
We were talking with it before because there are some, it's basically falls down to how you do a remote gem section.
Right.
In this case, it's separate pieces that would be you play the violin, I play the drums, and we need to somehow hear the same thing together. And the issue there is just ensuring that everybody sees the same kind of swap.
That's
All of those are varying, and we all need to see the same thing so that we don't play against each other, but we play against
That's right. So what this again about creative, it's like big position, it's like kind of perspective. Which no, it's never round trip time. You never want to get your monitor mix with zero latency. You're never going to hear it instantaneously. So no matter how much compensation and transmission delay compensation you put in, you're never going to get your monitor mix back if you're doing this multi-person jam. So what that does is that then has a interesting constraint that how can we actually create music and rhythmic or structures, right, that actually deal with this different. By the way, it's a written age. I don't know if you know Jean-Michel Jarre. Do you remember It's the last day actually and they and it's like the starting of the he's been working with it now all the time. They sold them saw the video of his concert in Houston, Texas in 1986 or 87, right?
Because it was like really passionate about Jean-Michel Jarre. I remember seeing some things, but I cannot tie them to a specific.
Yeah, but you also remember the space shuttle, right? There was the space shuttle. One space shuttle challenge Now, one of the astronauts that was on board was a musician. He was actually going to play saxophone in the shuttle. Synchronized after Jean-Michel Jarre's performance, and he used to text us. It's going to be this huge outdoor concert. He was just basically and sort of realized, hold on, because you guys in space, right? So we're not bouncing that signal up to back up again. Doubles half the round trip. But no, there was this whole thing that Jean-Michel Jarre had been working on with NASA to do this kind of direction, and the way he composed music so that the guy playing in space would actually be in time with what he was playing on the ground.
And of course,
It was like super interesting. If you go back and look at the science behind that, the technology applications. That's why I really admire people like Jean-Michel Jarre, because they really were very innovative, right? And that was like, we're talking mid-80s.
I need him to just get
way before I grew up.
then I start to feel happy.
Anyway, so this kind of inspires me as a teenage kid, right? I don't know how to get into some of this stuff. I did, you know. But no, I mean, but in all seriousness, I mean, I don't know if you've any of the
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Thank you so much for your help and support and your excellent videos. Thank you so much.
Yeah. So I mean, I use API and really small.
Okay.
There is KFC, you have good interview with fried humans.
Hello, Alan.
Écoute, on reste en contact, ouais, ça marche, ouais. Moi, je suis dispo, donc si tu as des catch-up de temps en temps. Je vais peut-être revenir sur Paris en décembre. J'étais invité à API 2, donc je sais pas, normalement c'est sur le rôle il l'offre. Peut-être que je vais participer en tant que comme là. Ouais, ça marche, ouais. Après, je suis pas encore sûr. Si c'est le cas, je te tiens au courant. Ouais, bon courage avec Stéphane. Avec le lab?
Non, avec les followers, les trucs. J'ai fait une page le mec qui a fait une boulette on contrôle tous les gens j'ai laissé accès à un mec qui a fait une boulette qui m'a écrasé le
C'est le genre de truc que t'as pas envie de gérer, ce genre d'emmerde quand t'es déjà un peu stressé par le super, ouais. Voir des nouvelles personnes, de revoir des présentations qui sont sympas, ouais. L'endroit est super sympa. J'aime bien vous dans les salles, ça fait le beau bois et tout ça, c'est chouette.
Après, c'est un peu chiant, parce que c'est le concept d'open space. Si tu veux, t'as pas de lumière, c'est super beau.
Pas que tu dois faire des conférences, mettre un peu de
Après, le problème des tables en bois, c'est que t'as pas le droit de mettre des écrans dessus. Parce qu'en fait, ça appartient au propriétaire, nous interdit d'avoir une rayure sur le bois. Tu vois, en fait, tu regardes l'aéro, elle n'est pas mise sur le mur, sur le bout de bois. Parce qu'on a interdit de passer un trou sur ça. Ouais, on a des règles du bailleur. Et en fait, dans le lab, j'ai pu le faire parce que en fait j'ai fait moi-même.
audio interfaces and digital audio.
Oui, pour les protéger. Ah oui, d'accord. Ah, c'est pour ça qu'il y a un design un peu différent de ce côté-là.
Moi, on voulait l'aspect métallique aussi.
D'accord. Bon, bah écoute, super, merci encore beaucoup pour. Ouais, ça marche, ouais. Ok, ouais, parfait, ouais. Je te tiens au courant. Bah merci.
Tu es en voiture?
Non, je suis en train, je prends le train jusque là-bas. Ouais, puis même c'est moins galère parce que tous les bouchons et tout ça, la voiture dans Paris, c'est moins galère. Et puis en fait, c'est plus rapide parce qu'en train, je mets 1h30, 2h. En voiture, je mets 4h. Ah oui, non, là, ouais, ici, là, après, c'est le. Je prends le RER. Mais je repars demain maintenant. Là, on va le faire en ville, se faire un petit dîner avec les anciens de Téléstax pour un peu la c'est dur, ouais, c'est dur d'arrêter un peu la montagne.
C'était beau, tu sais, en même temps. Live stream simultaneous Facebook and YouTube live stream. And then because we do cellular connectivity and stuff.
Okay, I'm gonna get.
Multiple SIM cards on it. Well, you need to go.
Yeah, and then see if it's something you could. If it's big, LinkedIn. Are you serious? Yeah. Just press the search button. Somebody uses it. Alright, cool. Okay.
Listen, I'll just give you the old fashioned thing because I always bring this country here and I never give them away. I mean, I created them like 5 years ago and never used them.
I sent you connection request already. It has to go through search. Alright.
See you next time. Oh yeah, absolutely. Take care.
Yeah, this is the guy with the homemade.
Alan, do you need a hand packing things up?
No, I'm good.
I'm happy to be a roadie. Used to that. Not a problem at all. Same with I was wondering. I know you've got your hands full, but oh, and you packed away your TAD banner already. Yeah, sorry. We'll have to do a caption.
You can always do that.
Or something else. Yeah, just hold proof of life, right?
Well, that's the one that costs like $80.
Yeah.
But then it's like it's done. No need to.
See, the light's not so good
No.
like that, but it's just
No. Oh yeah. There you go. We're good.
Thank you so much, Alan.
Thanks so much, Matthew.
What a great experience, and do you have any idea where you're going to do next year's one? No. Okay.
And we were talking about, online business.
Oh yeah.
So we're trying to bring some investors in.
Oh yes, and of course Gianni's Gianni's.
Oh, Gianni.
Yeah.
Gianni. Giovanni. He goes by many names. He's fun, he's spicy, he's crazy. But it's nice to, because he is smart, he does understand business. So it's one of those where you need to put a big filter on.
Sure.
But there is honesty, there is truth.
Right.
Again, really enjoyed your presentation.
No, really, thank you for having me here. I'm happy you enjoyed those post and talks as well. So
Especially all the open source music tools. I'm like, fuck!
It was cool to get to say you experimented a bit with as well. So.
Exactly. Yeah, it was with my son because he loves music, so it's just one of those where it's like, because he seems to do all this open source stuff like Matrix, and so he was.
He probably thought all this boring stuff and it's
I know, but that really starts to take him to another level because he can play with it, because he uses like GarageBand and stuff like that.
Which is cool, but it's not open source. Open source is cool.
Exactly. So safe travel, see you soon.
All right. Ciao. Cheers, Lorenzo. Very nice to meet you. So yeah, absolutely. Well, getting back early on Sunday, I've got to now spend all of tomorrow with my oldest looking for places to stay in Paris because he's just moved up to
Gotcha.
Yeah.
University.
No, working. Yeah. No, he got his French baccalaureate during COVID. Screw up because of the way things, all the lockdowns, etc. And so he's back to actually find himself a place in that kind of area. But also he's very particular, singular focus on getting into the music recording industry.
Oh, gotcha. And what are you
he's a producer. Basically, so he produces. He's a multi-instrumentalist, right? So, so he's kind of self-taught, sort of like me. I think I might have had a few more lessons than he did when I was a kid. But he's got a shitload more talent than I ever thought I had. But I managed to get him into synthesis, into using hybrid analog digital workflows. We're both very passionate about analog video and using that as part of content creation. So we're actually going off.
So thank you so much.
Cheers. We're actually going off tomorrow to shoot 8mm video. High 8. Yeah. So bringing out Sony cameras, etc. Patrice, merci beaucoup pour votre accueil.
Non, mais c'est pas grave, c'était pour my friend.
Super.
Sorry, guys, ready to participate. You have your day job. Not wrong. Good. And should we put these back? No, because there is a company. What the company will clarify is feeling a little insecure that we have put that we have done it. That's great. Yeah. We have to put also the micro. Oh, that's rubbish. So.
Oh, that's rubbish.
That's rubbish.
Oh, you're throwing it away.
Yeah, I don't no longer need it. So. You don't need it? Yeah. So is there a place to put rubbish? Okay. Let me get the bag for it.
Yeah. I don't know, are you sure I can't give you a hand with packing any other gear up, like just folding tripods or whatever? If you're in a rush.
No. I'm basically TAD hacking now. So we've got TAD hack this weekend.
Right, okay. And you're doing things, where is that venue?
There is no venue, it's virtual.
It's all virtual. Okay.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So it's the internet, but we do have physical locations. in like Nairobi, where else? Colombia,
Okay.
in Sri Lanka, up in London. We've got like 5 different locations around Africa. Not South Africa, but
Okay.
we used to do it with MTN. But then MTN 1 year, a week before TAD Hack.
I just want to say thanks for having me.
No, it was great conference. And, thank you. Hope you had fun. And I hope it goes well with Thomas.
Yeah, sure.
Because I sort of introduced him to what you were doing.
Yeah, we had a chat. I guess, not the last 2 weeks because he's been really busy, but I think next week,
I've been hassling him daily to say, where's your resources for TAD Hack? Where's your resources?
Yeah, we had a good chat about that. So when is TAD Hack actually? Okay,
It's
right.
starting now because we get Sri Lanka. So they'll be waking up soon and getting going.
Okay, great.
Oh, yeah. So that keeps me highly occupied.
Yeah, so busy weekend too, I guess.
Yes, and then I'm presenting at Network X, which is just
En fait, c'est une antenne 5G, c'est le lac privé en fait.
So that's the reason I'm hanging around here as well, otherwise I just try to get
de réseau en dessous, dans le data center.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks again, and I hope it all works out. And appreciate the intro.
I hope, I really do hope something comes of that, because once you saw what you're doing with your production technology,
D'accord, ok,
that's
je
exactly
comprends, c'est le
so then it makes it, because it's then a whole
En fait, tu as 2 minutes.
Tu as vu avec the technical server, now he's trying to build up a whole host of basic an ecosystem with different applications that can meet specific workflow needs.
Yeah.
So that's why you fall into it really sweet.
Yeah. All right, catch you later.
Nous, en fait, on accueille des partenaires, si tu veux. Donc, on démontre à nos clients des partenaires.
En fait, on a déjà échangé, mais ça date un petit peu de 2017.
Moi, si tu as des cas d'usage que tu veux démontrer.
Moi, je suis basé à Grenoble, là.
Et nous, on a fait un prototype avec Schneider.
Je sais. Et on ne travaille pas dans le domaine. En fait, c'est un peu compliqué, même si j'ai un background utilities and electricity industry. C'est une contrôle commande et voilà. Ça date, en fait. Maintenant, on est vraiment penché. En fait, mon activité est penchée autour des investissements, quoi. Voilà.
Mais si tu veux diffuser, nous montrer.
Absolument. Je sais pas si j'ai.
Tu peux pas te expliquer sur LinkedIn.
Oui, je t'envoie en fait un contact et après on va en discuter. Puis peut-être en fait des choses sympas. Là, ici on fait pas mal de retro engineering, reverse engineering. Des protocoles propriétés, vraiment sur les instruments plus exotiques quoi. Analyse de gaz.
Non mais moi je veux bien discuter, si tu veux on échange.
Oui, grand plaisir. Okay. Et du coup, en fait, c'est vraiment, on apporte le cloud sur le terrain. En fait, field cloud, c'est pas from field to cloud, c'est vraiment, on embarque le cloud sur le terrain.
Non, mais moi
c'est ça l'approche, en fait. Malheureusement, avec tout le discours IoT qui brouille, qui embrouille, en fait, pas mal de choses, en fait, c'est vraiment device to cloud. Voilà.
Nous, en fait, on a testé des caméras 5G, on a testé, nous, on travaille avec un industriel chinois qui a fait une caméra 5G, on lui a testé. En fait, notre métier, c'est de tester un peu les applications, de les montrer à nos clients. Nous aussi, on a des industriels qui viennent là. Moi, dans ce lab, l'année dernière, j'ai fait
peu Capgemini qui parle de Veolia, OBS, ça dépend de filiale. Si on parle de Veolia, c'est quel branche? Nous, en fait, on est plus dans la partie digitalisation, les portails, la digitalisation des solutions. Les portails, nous on a reçu Veolia parce que c'est des clients, des filiales qui nous les amènent. Parce que la connectivité intéresse Veolia. Ah oui, ça c'est une question technique. C'est Veolia 5.1 ou Veolia 5.1? Voilà, oui. Alors on a, oui, il y a 3 grandes BU Veolia et on a travaillé étroitement avec juste un des 3 BU. Non mais tu m'envoies un truc et on discutera plus tard. Ouais. C'était en fait des trucs. Mais je te dis donc, voilà, oui, tu veux prendre de l'eau. Si tu veux prendre de l'eau, vas-y, prends-en avant de partir. Je ne veux pas oublier en fait ma petite valise. Ok. Et merci encore Patrice, ça c'est un vrai plaisir. Non, mais merci beaucoup, je suis content que Alan il ait trouvé en France quelque chose. Oh, that's great. No, that was a good thing. And I'll connect you. Ouais, en fait, j'envoie une connexion et après on reprend le fil tranquillement. Voilà, moi je viens souvent sur un client dans la région parisienne. Tu peux nous montrer des choses? Ah bah oui, plaisir. Ouais, super. Okay, super. So Alan, was okay for you?
It was excellent. I'm so happy you were here.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for being there.
No, everybody.
You and Olivier, I will introduce Olivier in one of your LinkedIn because Olivier is the owner of this place.
Ah, okay, cool.
So he was never mentioned, so I think we should say to him also.
Okay, understood. Yeah, you just send me the link to the person, and I'll make sure that we include the thank you when I do the weblog that provides the summary.
Yeah.
At the moment, I'm just gathering all.
If you want to take some, take.
Oh yeah, I'm taking some sandwiches.
Yeah.
I have some presents.
The sandwich were okay.
The sandwiches were excellent. They were.
I changed a little because yesterday night it was remaining too many vegetarians.
Yeah.
So I changed to put more chicken.
Yes, I had chicken. It was excellent. Very fresh.
Yeah. But I mean from during the day.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect. So I'm just packing up.
Yeah. You can go down anyway. I see everyone is going down.
Yep.
I forgot to mention something.
Yep.
I hope I'm
I'm not bothering you.
No.
I was just because I don't have anything planned right now this instant, and I am going to get back eventually, but I just had a few minutes.
Yeah.
How familiar are you with the Smart Africa Alliance?
I have heard of it. Beyond that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because I just realized something which is pretty important, but maybe we can arrange a follow-up chat.
Yeah, sure.
I've got your email and your number.
Yeah.
And I can send you an invite. And I promise you, I won't use Teams, even though I've had to go to the dark side. But I'll propose a different.
We can use Google. We can do
exactly. It'll probably be Google. To be honest, we could use Jitsi.
Yeah,
Jitsi, in fact.
I use it quite a lot. I've used it at TADSummit last year.
Right. So, I just kind of like had a light bulb moment. I just wondered if you had ever, interacted with the Smart Africa Alliance or the Smart Africa Secretariat, or even knew what it is. And
I mean, very high level, you know. I mean, because it's all part of that ITU stuff.
Well, it falls under
Digital.
the ITU and under the African Union, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And
digital enablement, across both skills and services.
So, just Smart Africa just kicking off a new working group actually on the working group, we've got a first call next Tuesday, which is going to be the kickoff meeting for this working group, which is all got to do with digital literacy and the whole program, etc. So there's that. SADA, or the Digital Academy, kind of started off to try and kind of upskill or capacity building for regulators and ministry functionaries, you know, people who work in the public service, civil servant type people in the member states. But there's this next wave of like actually doing citizen and kind of like kind of spreading it out a little bit more.
Yeah.
Which is really exciting. But I've actually been running a number of, and the reason why I got into Smart Africa was because one of my customers, Inmarsat, needed, in fact, we had run a consulting engagement for Inmarsat to help them advise them on their IoT strategy in 2016.
Gotcha.
And we had brought a whole bunch of things and kind of embedded electronic building blocks, etc. Things are kind of Arduino compatible, but really small, like Lego. And it was the whole thing of like showing middle and senior management, right? So effectively line management and BU management, right? Exactly what the hardware piece was all about. This is a thing for the Internet of Things, right?
Exactly.
This is what actually connects to a LoRaWAN network, and this is how it would actually work over satellite backhaul. And we did a whole bunch of a whole series of workshops with them and sold them a bunch of kit, which was really cool as well. And then, kind of like about 6 months later, I ended up getting this call by my sort of like contact, my main point of contact. He's like, yeah, you know what, we've just joined the Smart Africa Alliance as a private sector member because our CEO went all in. You probably heard of a guy called Rupert Pierce. I don't know if that name rings a bell. No, maybe not. Rupert Pierce was the CEO of Inmarsat back in 2017. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, so Rupert met like this and the presidents and all of this, and I was like, well, because they went to they were all fanfare, great royal fanfare, and sure enough, Inmar said, look, this is our opportunity to kind of really penetrate, our enterprise BU into some new kind of like markets, and we can now build LoRaWAN, and because they were thinking about expanding out from their traditional sort of gov critical communication, military type things. Not that they didn't sell to gov and military and police, etc. Because that was they actually cut some really good deals there. But they were like thinking, smart city.
You need to be careful on that one.
Completely, and I can share some great stories with you about how they really fuck things up. Are barely involved. I mean, by name, they're kind of still a nominal member, but by how can I say, by involvement, they have minimal involvement, right? But FieldCloud is a private sector member of the Smart Africa Alliance. So we actually signed up and paid the membership fee back in 2020, and one of the first things we did, we were invited into drawing up the e-agriculture blueprint, which is Zimbabwe's flagship country project for Smart Africa. So each country, each member state has a flagship project.
Yes. Just because they did a big brainstorm project with MTN Nigeria way back, and agriculture was a big piece of it. Part of it was, with the drones and the fields.
Right.
The other was simply getting shit to market so it doesn't spoil.
Absolutely, and then the third bit has got to do with agronomy information systems. So, particularly in markets like Rwanda, I actually pulled the plug. I was incubating a kind of like a it was kind of like a startup with FieldCloud.
Okay.
I had a remote team in Rwanda that I was kind of like basically funding out of operating cash flow. Because they were doing some offshore work for FieldCloud. And I kind of hired a guy. Anyway, he's now pursuing a PhD at the University of Michigan, UMich, in artificial intelligence, and because he's one of those boffin guys and doesn't know shit about selling and value creation. It's like he thinks that everything's transactional in the world. It's like selling a potato. Yeah, but you don't have to go buy my potatoes, right? But I need to have a potato in my hand or an egg in my hand for the guy to want to buy. I'm like, no, you don't understand. It's about understanding the freaking pain and the problem and the and then working out how you can collaborate, and that's the power. And we, anyway, it was a great lesson for me, a great lesson for him, a great lesson for the people that he brought in, that I vetted as well. But it's all about smallholder farming, but trying to do things in a different way, because there's so much bullshit that's happening on the ground with the Foundation, the UN. What really scares the shit out of me. I'm sorry, I don't know if you're libertarian, if you're more Marxist or whatever. It doesn't, and again, if I think about certain people I admire who like to refer to themselves as lapsed Marxists. I mean, I know anyway. But we're quite radical in our thinking. But bloody hell, the UN. It's becoming quite a. I'm concerned generally because the amount of people working in UN structures, or the amount of money that's coming from the UN, kind of through economies, and the amount of dependency that I'm seeing. This was not like that, I was based in Nigeria, right? I mean, there was emergency relief shit.
Exactly.
UNICEF, fine, I understand. The FAO, right? The Food and Agriculture Organization.
Exactly.
I met some top officials from FAO talking about digitizing agriculture.
On the ground, it's a lot more difficult.
And I would actually wonder, because I wouldn't be surprised if you might have heard of this guy, even crossed paths with him. His name is Fayez King. I don't know if that name ever rings a bell, but he was CEO, he was COO of a number of different African mobile operators. Zimbabwean guy. And he kind of like grew up through the whole Zimbabwe Telecom kind of thing, right? So basically all the shit that was kind of like, when Strive Masiyiwa kind of like built the Econet Wireless and took the government to court, etc. Anyway, so but Fires kind of comes from that. Anyway, April this year, in Joburg, and I'm about to get on a plane to fly to Victoria Falls for the Transform Africa Summit. So I'm sorry, this is a long story, but I do want to tell you.
Sorry.
I think the next TADSummit, if you don't do it in the States, because there's a good reason for doing it in the States, I agree. But maybe a future TADSummit should actually be a side event with the Transform Africa Summit.
We do basically.
Or we could do a regional one.
We do regional because we've done TADSummit Asia, TADSummit EMEA, TADSummit Americas. So we've done that. That was 2019. We do specials where we focus on particular technologies. So yeah, we can do something.
Cool.
TADSummit Africa. We've done a shit ton of work with TADHack in Africa.
Yes.
Mainly through MTN, because I know Charles. He's the CEO for MTN South Africa, and you owns the CTO for Nigeria.
Right. Okay. So yes, we do a few of the same people. Jeez, it's kind of crazy what a small world it is.
It is a very small world.
What's even a smaller world is that my wife's uncle was actually a non-exec board member of MTN Group.
Oh,
he was the COO of Wooltrue Group, which owns Woolworths and Truworths in South Africa. Yeah. And he was then moved into Pepcore, if you know Pep Stores, which is it's a low-cost discount retail chain. It's kind of like more, I'm going to say low-cost goods, consumer goods, clothes and, bits and bobs, right? The kind of,
exactly.
And, weird. Anyway, and you must have met Ray Dabengwa, right? Or Sifiso Dabengwa, who was the CEO of Group.
Yes.
About 10, 15.
Well, before the shit hit the fan.
Before the shit hit the fan, before the Iran shit hit the fan as well, right? So I still call him Ray because I used to work with him in ESCOM. Right? He was actually engineering manager in ESCOM. So he was much higher above me. I was like literally just a field technician at that time. But I do remember, interacting with him and meeting him, and he was one of the very early sort of black guys who was kind of like went through the whole sort of like rapid affirmative action kind of before it was a thing in ESCOM.
Yeah.
So he was one of the very few, and that kind of was his rocket launch pad. There's a number of people I worked with who came in, and there was a lot of old timers, right? People, grey beards like us, who I worked for when I was a lighty, as we would say in South Africa, a little guy, right? A young'un. And they, damn it, I don't know, it was crazy. They really didn't have it,
but it's been a corporation.
But it needed to happen, and it happened.
Exactly.
Anyway, for all of Ray or Sifiso's foibles, I mean, he's actually a pretty solid engineer, a good engineering manager, and he wasn't a bad guy, right?
Yeah. No, not at all.
And I know that Tony, so my wife's uncle, got on pretty well with Ray, and it was really funny because when I told Tony I met, that I actually worked quite far underneath the guy. I was like, oh right, yeah, it's a small world. I said, yeah, it sure is, right? But he actually, so I actually pulled kind of some family sort of strings to get an intro to the CEO of MTN Nigeria, right?
Yes.
A while back to try and work.
Yeah, because I met him as part of the brainstorming stuff.
Yeah.
Because that's where we're doing a lot of the agro stuff.
Very interesting. Okay, so we've actually played in a couple of the same sort of spaces.
Oh yeah,
and separately.
And then with TADHack, we've run TADHacks in Nigeria, South Africa, all around the place.
It's just that I'm a bit jaded and cynical about the hackathons that are run around Africa.
Well, yeah, because we partner also. I mean, there's like Africa's Talking. There's the organisation that's centred because Africa's Talking is Nairobi, and the one that's down in Joburg is. They'll come back to me.
And these are kind of like more telecom
they're general
communication. They're more general tech startup.
General tech.
Broad, okay.
It's about education. So they get paid by lots of big brands. That trying to get like Microsoft and the rest, Amazon. They're big enough brand, Google, that they can just run an event and do all the marketing around it. But they're more for the mid-tier companies that need to be part of something broader where they're trying to engage. And also there's like general education, so they get government and state funding as well to help in educating the populace. And I mean, we've been running in Africa since 2015, and the quality of hacks can be really good. Some can be absolutely awful, but
but I'm sorry, having been through this and running, so I've been running capacity building workshops, been running hackathons, been basically getting people to kind of like think outside the box and innovate shit, etc., and to kind of also understand some of the technology pieces of the jigsaw puzzle. But the thing that has been totally elusive, which requires a lot of work, is the whole thing of value creation and value exchange. Okay,
Yeah.
so why do this, right? You know, what problem are we solving? And again, it's funny because across the continent, we're very mindful of problems, right?
Yes.
But we are thinking too transactionally and thinking that there's no way that we could ever solve the problem, so we accept it, we acquiesce. Right?
Exactly, yeah, because it's like, well, this just getting the reduced food spoilage. Where's the money in that? By putting in, just because it was again dumbass, not USSD, it was SMS based, but it was just so you could find out the going price for cabbages, you know, down in the market, and then from that they'll know whether it's worth sending it down.
Yeah, well understood, but again, show me the margin in that, right, and show me how that's uplifting and creating a virtuous cycle. Okay, because
the virtuous cycle came from all the waste from all the Lagos restaurants, shipping that up to the north. So the goats could feed, because the goats will eat any rotten shit.
Yeah.
And then with goat meat for all the Muslims.
Yeah.
And that, I got that guy. Again, it was just a farmer that saw the opportunity. And for him, it was just reach. How can I reach the restaurants to get this message that I'll give them fucking money for their waste?
I must actually show you one of the best. I've tried quite a few, so this is actually the third sort of major, kind of like major. This is quite minor compared to the other two major. But I did two major kind of like events this year. So it was the Transfer Africa Summit in Victoria Falls, and then a month later I was over for GITEX Africa, the inaugural edition in Marrakesh.
Okay. How did that go?
Bloody brilliant. Oh yeah, I'm definitely looking forward. We might actually do a booth at GITEX Africa in Marrakesh next year.
Oh, it's the same location.
Yes, yes. There's a 5-year deal because the king of King Mohammed was like dazzled by the Emiratis and sold him with the thing, and he was like, oh yeah, I want it here and I want it, and so Marrakesh is not set up for large expo events.
No.
It's a tourist town.
Yes.
It's a hedonistic place. It's Yves Saint Laurent's place where he do naughty stuff.
Yes.
You know.
Exactly.
No, Marrakesh is crazy. And it is a cool place, and it's also got great flight links with the US. It's a very popular destination for American tourists.
Wouldn't surprise me, yeah.
So it's very easy to get from across the Atlantic, and so there's that.
And you most probably find there's like a whole Jewish expat link as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, very much so, very much so. So it's a very different, how can I say? So there's a different headspace. You can feel this kind of like thing, which has a lot to do with, kind of like
colonial stuff.
The colonial days. But anyway, you know what?
Sorry.
GITEX was interesting because GITEX there were also sort of some kind of side events.
Yes.
No, the company I'm at a really great company in. This was the best part of GITEX was meeting an Ethiopian startup who make brake pads.
Yeah.
Out of animal bones from the abattoir.
Oh yeah, I can see that, yeah.
So basically what they do is they basically go and buy up all this waste that normally gets left for the vultures to pick.
Yeah.
And then gets burnt, right, to creating massive pollution.
Yes.
And they basically buy this up and they have a whole process and they compress that and turn it into these really awesome brake pads. And I'm like,
interesting.
Cool. Now that's something that again is clearly creating value on multiple planes.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, which is essential for it to stick and to work.
We need more of that stuff. Yeah, I had a huge run-in with some people in the Smart Africa crowd, particularly the heads of some government agencies who I know well, and we get on well enough so that I can speak my mind, which is good, about affordable devices.
So just quickly, so these two 16-year-olds,
Yeah, show me.
they basically won at TADHack Sri Lanka, TADHack Teens. So this just provides the background. And they were presenting, so they're 16, they took part in TADHack Sri Lanka Teens in 2014. Not 2014, when they were 14, sorry, and founded a company. It's a study aid, so it's an app that acts as a study aid in STEM, and they are in GITEX Dubai this year presenting.
Awesome.
It's
brilliant.
It's cool, you know.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. So, do you know any of the people who work for Kaun who run GITEX? So, GITEX is actually owned by the brand is owned by the Dubai Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And
I've never attended. It's always been.
Yeah.
I mean, I've been in. I tend to be involved in the side meetings that while we did a dog and pony show around APIs like 7 or 8 years ago, and they were presenting at GITEX, but they didn't want me at the thing. They wanted all the side events. So that's where they wheeled me in to do that stuff. Have the strategic discussions.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, no.
And sometimes
So
that could be the best parts of the event.
well, it is,
The
most revealing.
parts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's when I realised Huawei doesn't give a fuck. It's just wanting me to basically say something that makes the customer feel warm, that Huawei knows the right things, but they're never going to deliver it, because they kept referring back, in the private discussions, once the customer was out of the way, to bag of shite stuff that they're just reselling from China. It's like, this isn't built for any other market than China.
There we are.
But anyway.
So I think.
So cool. Anyway, we need to wrap this up because I need to get going.
I know, and
I'm
we'll
happy.
circle back on that. I'm sorry for bending your ear, but I just wanted to. Yeah.
So you let me know what you need.